say before?
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. If I could, we'll get started. I'll turn it over here to the mayor in just a second. We're trying a new technology tonight. Councilmember Longoria is out of town, but we've done more than the typical conference call, conference phone that we've had him on before. We believe we have a technology solution in place tonight that he's going to hear in real time and be able to communicate in real time. So if at some point here in the next couple minutes he dials into the meeting, which Dave's waiting for, we've been through a bunch of tests today and believe we have it figured out so that it's going to work well. But we'll wait for him to. So when you hear him, he will come through the normal loudspeakers just like everybody else. So that quick announcement, and we're ready to go.
Thank you, Chris. Welcome, everybody, to the August 20th, 2015 special called work session. Work sessions are an informal setting to update the council on business items. No votes will be taken during this work session items. Tonight, we've got two items on our agenda. Public comment is allowed that is germane to each agenda item. If you wish to speak, you're required to fill out a public comment card, which is the yellow card that Sudi has, which they back there on the table. At any point, if you want to speak here in the next little bit, fill out a card and hand to Sudi. Public comment will be allowed for a total of 10 minutes per agenda item and no more than 2 minutes per person. That being said, that's our typical. If depending on how many folks are here and want to speak, we'll be glad to listen to you and want to hear from you, so we can adjust that. Public comment will be heard at the beginning of each item, and once the item is called, no other public cards will be accepted. And we can really, we talked about actually maybe better to have the presentation first and then allow public comment after each presentation. That way, if there are any questions or concerns that maybe you may get the answer that you were looking for, or it may prompt another comment or question. So if the council's all right with that, I'll go ahead and do the presentation, then we'll allow the public to comment. Is the council okay with that? Yeah. All right, Sudi, so if you would please.
Our first item this evening is discussion of the Conservation Subdivision Ordinance. Ms. Kathy Field.
Dave, are we going to be sufficiently microphoned if Kathy presents from over here? Does she need to do it from the podium? I believe you need to do it from the podium, so that we have. Well, Kathy's locating to that location, Mayor and Council. I'll just let you know that this work session tonight comes to us after we've heard this item before. We deferred to this work session. Between that work session and this work session, we've had as a staff and as our professional consultants the opportunity to interact with each member of council, and I appreciate that all 7 members have spent the time sufficient to answer some of our questions and have caused us to get to what you're going to see tonight. If we happen to refer to any of these things as this is what it is, please exchange that this is where we are starting from, because typically in presentations we like to say this is what something is to you, but this is truly kind of a conglomeration of what the middle ground that we think maybe you're getting to, but any of the stuff that we talk about tonight is certainly we can explain how we got to it, and it's not set in any kind of stone. That's the purpose of the work session, is to figure out how it might morph. Having said that, that was my quick kill some time while Kathy walked, and here we go.
And if you don't mind, Kathy, 1 second, just to reiterate that, what Chris said, this is a draft ordinance that we have in front of us, and part of this is, we're not making a decision on it tonight. This is the time for us to discuss it and allow the public to discuss it with us or hear and have questions and comments. So we won't be voting on this. The other thing I do want to say, we have a consultant that has put this together, and staff has worked with them. The council has worked. A lot of times people say, well, you have an ordinance that it changes, and who decided to make the change? And our staff has done a good job sitting down with each individual council member and going through a whole spreadsheet and getting answers. And like everything else, everybody's got a little different idea or perception. So this draft ordinance is accumulation of everybody's answers and what seems to be the majority. But again, it's not set in stone. So certainly everybody will have time to discuss it and think about it. So, Kathy, if you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. First of all, just for the audience's sake, we do have copies of the ordinances plus an executive summary of what we're going to be discussing tonight. So if you don't have a copy, certainly feel free to come up and work through it with us as we move through it. I just want to set the context, if I could, for our discussion this evening, and so that you have a sense of how we've organized the documents that you'll be reviewing in front of you. And so what I've tried to do is show graphically where we are and what we've tried to accomplish. And if you look at this bottom horizontal line, which represents acres, any development from 0 up to 19.999 acres, essentially, just below 20, the AG1 as it currently exists will remain. There will be no change to it. After 20 acres, and I'll explain why we use that threshold of 20, but that threshold number can certainly change. It could go up, it could go down, but we chose 20. At 20, there are choices for development. The first choice is to use the proposed conservation subdivision ordinance that you have before you. The second is we have taken the existing AG1 and we've enhanced it. We've changed some of the development standards. And when we get to the discussion on that AG1 enhanced, which I'm calling AG1 plus, we'll get into the details of what those enhancements are. And thirdly, the way we've structured this is that if you have over 20 acres, but you want to use the existing AG1 that's on the books, you can only do that through a special use permit. Now, those criteria for that use permit yet to be developed, but we wanted to get some guidance and discussion from you tonight in terms of your thoughts on that. But so that is the structure that we are proposing and that we'll be working through the documents that are in front of you. So with that, I'm going to start with the Conservation Subdivision Ordinance and introduce, and I think you certainly know them by now. We have Don Broussard and Bruce McGregor, who have been our consultants who have helped work through this process for several months. And they are the authors of the Conservation Subdivision Ordinance draft that's in front of you, and they will answer questions and also give you a brief presentation on the highlights. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Don, and then when Don finishes, then we'll discuss the enhanced AG1 at that point. So Don, thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. I was not aware we were going to do a presentation like this up front tonight. Is this mic on? Yes. I'm going to use the executive summary here as a guide with my notes on it. This is Mr. Lagerblum's executive summary of this ordinance. It's proposed that for lots greater than 20 acres in size, what you have says 2 development options will be available. Well, 1, conservation subdivision, and number 2, revised AG1 with the enhanced development standards, which I think you now see a copy of something with that on it. You know, in a way, what you have here are 2 options. Number 1 is actually 3 options. So it's a bit confusing to us that instead of 2 options in front of you, you really are looking at 4. There are 3 options in the conservation subdivision draft ordinance that you have in front of you. Those 3 options are basic conservation design, estate design, and 3 buffer designs. So you've got 3 options there within this Article 5 conservation subdivision article. The strategy here was to do 3 things. One was to allow what basic conservation design is, which is what we all have been pretty much envisioning over the last where are we now, 9 months, 10 months. You reduce the lot sizes in order to gain common area green space, and that common area green space gets a conservation easement placed on it, sold. The developer actually gets some revenue from selling that conservation easement. And that's what most of us think of as the core conservation subdivision concept. The standard we now have is at 50% green space, not 60%. basic density would be, under AG1, the 1 unit per acre density. And I hope I'm using the current one here. The community septic systems would probably inherently be required there, because if we're reducing lots below 1 acre, we all know the Fulton County Health regs say you need 1 acre minimum or even a little more. So you're not going to get any conventional on-site septic systems. You've got to do something else, and that the best option looks like community wastewater. The estate design option is also a type of conservation design, except two things, major difference. One is it's a market-driven design in which if a developer believes, hey, larger lots are really more appealing, I can get more revenue on that, I'm going to do a 3 acre lot. But under this option, the developer will put half of that, 50% of the area of those lots will have a conservation easement on them internally. What does the estate design option do? Two things. One is now on-site septic is now feasible. You've got 3 acres. You're almost certainly going to find some area within that lot that is suitable for conventional septic. Number two, you've got green space, and it is still the private green space. It's private land of that owner. It's not common area green space, so it belongs to that property owner of that lot. But the extra safety mechanism you have here, though, is you've got a conservation easement on it. So in addition to public regulation that would say don't mess with that area, you've got a conservation easement that also says somebody's got a property right and an enforceable right to maintain that green space in whatever you negotiate it for. Again, that 50% of that lot could be equestrian uses, could be farming, any of the permitted uses in AG1 agriculture that you and your land trust want to negotiate. So, good advantage though is that now you can do septic if that's what you wish, and you have a higher end lot, a bigger lot, and more privacy. The buffer design option, the third option, that is pretty close to conventional AG1 development, with the exception that now we're talking about placing some buffer requirements in the front, rear, and side yards of each lot, and so you're restricting clearing during the development process. And we think let me pass around what a typical lot would look like. Find my handouts here. Let's keep 3 of these, and if I start these at 2 ends, they're there. I know. Thank you, Carter. So the buffer design requirements are a minimum 1 acre lot. Paul, if you'd like this, it's your copy. It's a minimum. What you've got here is a minimum dimensional 1 acre lot on the left, and a more typical 1 acre lot on the right, with the setbacks shown and the tree buffers shown. Just to give you all an idea of what the buildable areas would look like. Obviously, in a 100-foot lot, 100-foot wide lot, it's kind of an unusual design in a 1 acre subdivision. You get a very narrow, long lot with a fairly tight 50-foot buildable area. That's the standard we have now. The tree buffer areas here that are shown, and let me make clear that we've defined tree buffers as really basically a no-clear area. It's a tree buffer area that preserves existing trees. It's not a buffer you have to enhance. Whatever's there is what's there. You're allowed to remove dangerous trees or small trees below 2 inches DBH, and that's in a definition in the ordinance. So there's maintenance and so forth that the homeowner can do. You can, get your weed whacker out there and clean it up and all that. But the key is the tree coverage, the tree cover. That's the important factor. What you've got on the sides, basically when you have adjoining lots, you've got a fairly narrow 10-foot tree buffer in the side yards. But notice when you have two lots adjoining, you've now got a little 20-foot wide area there that achieves some benefit. If you notice in the front, it's just basically 40 and in the rear 40-foot buffers. Again, all slightly less than the setbacks. The dotted line that you see is the setbacks shown, and the buildable area is what remains in the core there. Now, within those buildable areas, you'd have to find room for your septic tank system. Unless, for some reason, this developer opted for community wastewater, which, of course, would always be an option, as it would be today, I believe, if a developer wanted to, for some reason, wanted to embrace community wastewater systems, they're permissible in the city of Milton today. So anyway, there you are. There's an illustration of the buffer option. These buffers, this is the kind of thing where this body, there's no magic number here other than the reasonable test is we need to make sure there's a sufficient buildable area so that an adequate house can be built and adequate septic if that's necessary. One more thing before I leave the little drawing. Notice there's a little green space in the front. Again, the ordinance would envision allowing, and this is all in the table in the back. The builder gets to clear half of that frontage to get any utilities and the driveway and so forth. Again, not a magic number. That number could be larger. That could be smaller. It's a question of what kind of tree coverage, what kind of restriction this community, what kind of vision this community and this council would like to impose. Just real quick, the application process remains pretty much what we've been talking about for the last 3 months. The same, real quick on the maps, again, a general context map that the applicant would bring in fairly early, which is basically a USGS map, so that or something equivalent, so that you can look at where are the nearby streets, where are the nearby subdivisions. You're trying to see how be able to sit down with staff and work out what's the context of this proposed development with its adjoining neighbors. The site analysis map becomes a very key map that needs to be produced because that's the assessment of what's going on in the subject property itself and whether wetlands, greens, all the features that would have to go into green space. That's where they get mapped out and assessed. And again, that map, the site analysis map, becomes the map that's used out in the field in that site visit, which again is a key, we think a key addition to the planning for the city of Milton, and that you now have a real focused attempt to go out and look at the site, kick the dirt, look at the issues, maybe talk with the neighbors, and assess what's really the best layout for this tract of property. The next two plan. Well, yeah, the next plan is also the other key one, the yield plan, and that's where we do a conventional subdivision layout in order to find out what density the applicant is entitled to, and those are AG1 would be those 1 acre lots. R2, I guess they would be the 2 acre lots. It's whatever your existing zoning is, no more, no less. The sketch plan is an optional plan that becomes a what-if kind of drawing of, well, how would this layout work of a conservation subdivision? So So the sketch plan is like a preliminary working drawing of a proposed, of the actual proposed conservation subdivision. It would show green space, it would show the number of lots that the yield plan yielded, and would have those lots, again, now downsized and put in the places they need to be. Once that yield plan is done and the applicant is ready to do that conceptual plan, the applicant, if he's ready to go and he thinks his chances of approval are good, that's when you file and a bit of a clock starts ticking. That's when your public hearing times begin to run, and you now have a process where the Planning Commission would have an advisory review, a public hearing, an advisory review of the proposed subdivision, and within a reasonable time, the council, a time sufficient for you all to receive their input and their recommendation, you all hold a public hearing at which you can decide to approve or approve with some conditions and modifications, or to deny the application. Denial of the application in this case means the developer can go back to the drawing board and redesign. And I believe the requirement in the denial is that the council specify in its report what were the areas of nonconformance with the code that the council found to be the case. So, unlike a zoning, the developer doesn't, an unhappy developer doesn't necessarily go lawyer up and go to court. He's got a choice of whether, well, maybe I can just redesign this thing and come take another bite at the apple. There are no time out or time requirements there. If he can get his changes done, he can come back and refile for hearing.
In this review and approval process here, are the pre-application meeting, the review of the site analysis, and the planning site visit, are those all three separate meetings then? And is the sketch plan brought in during one of those approval meetings or review meetings?
Those are all three separate meetings, and the sketch plan could be brought in, frankly, at any of those meetings, since it's an optional plan.
Sure. Okay.
It probably would make more sense to bring it in a little later, at least the site visit or after the site visit, but it could be something they could unfold in front of the staff at the pre-application meeting if they really.
Okay, so there's no set procedure then?
That's correct. The only set procedure is in the four-step design process that we were that builds into that actual filing of that concept plan. That's where they have to show some evidence that they went through those four steps, and that can merely be the interim designs that they did at the various points to lead up to the concept plan. So it's a temp. There's some rigid requirements in here, but there are also some flexibility. And again, the sketch plat itself is not a requirement. If the developer feels like he can go to the site visit, get some input, and then go back to the drawing board with his designer and design the concept plan, he can show up and file that concept plan.
Depends on how much effort, time, and cost he wants to put in it.
Exactly.
Is the application process and that four-step process required for all three of these first options, or only just the first one? Just to make sure. The first option times three. Right?
Yeah, it would be for, my understanding, it would be for all three. So even a buffer subdivision, there'd be a site visit, there'd be a concept plan that comes out of that. One thing they do not have to do, however, is a yield plan. They would not have to do that.
Right.
Since there's no downsizing of lots, it's the 1 acre
Right.
standard.
Okay.
So the approval process, again, we've had some discussion back and forth. We've gone ahead and mentioned that the appeal would be to Fulton County Superior Court. That's in there because currently your appeal goes to of general subdivisions, can be routed to the Zoning Board of Appeals. And we thought that didn't make sense to do that if this council is making a decision on approval or disapproval of a plat. If the design can't be worked out and people are unhappy or aggrieved with the decision, the next step is should be the Superior Court, in our view. The lot design standards have changed. We have raised that to a quarter of an acre. That's 10,890 square feet over, I think what we had before was 8,000 square feet. And I think in an earlier draft, we had 6,000 square feet for a long time in the earlier drafts. So we've raised that. And again, the estate lot option is a 3 acre minimum, half of which would be in conservation. One of the other high points is that the lot design, double frontage lots are restricted and prohibited unless they're, again, except in the case of large lots, like an estate lot, where a lot might be on one exterior road and have to front on another, either exterior or interior road. But generally, double frontage lots should be avoided, and they currently are prohibited in your subdivision code.
Don, I've got one quick question on that. It says here, all lots shall front on or gain access from a public road. We have an awful lot of private roads here in Milton. How will that be handled?
I think that would be handled by changing that to public or private road. I think I had forgotten about that.
Okay.
Public or private road. And I'm sure private roads are built according to public road standards. Is that right, Carter? Yeah. So
Does it need to say anything else other than private road? Does it need to say city-approved private road, or?
Well, I think further in the code, it says that private road is subject to local design standards, so
Okay.
I think it's fine as it is, with the addition of that language.
You also have prescriptive easements, gravel roads, which don't conform to any design standards.
That's right. Perhaps perhaps we should have language that says that the private road shall be one that meets full standards. I guess we don't want to go on an existing road that is substandard. But again, I believe the overall subdivision code would require the upgrading of that road.
Well, question, at this point, if it is a gravel road, it's, you got a minimum lot size of 3 acres. So assuming we wouldn't be changing.
And I was just about to mention that, Mr. Mayor, and that was another reason why we kind of focused in on the 3 acre size. That design standard already exists in your code. Lots on unpaved roads are permissible, but the minimum lot acreage changes to 3 acres. And again, in keeping with a rural, agricultural view, and that seemed consistent with those policies and that philosophy. The waste treatment. As I mentioned, we've already explained that the community wastewater systems are probably going to be an inherent part of the conservation subdivisions when those lots are reduced below 1 acre, which they of necessity will be to get that 50% green space requirement. So I believe we've got some people from the industry here tonight that can talk about this more. One of the issues that I want to put out, we don't have to get off on this tangent too much, but it has, in my discussions with a couple of the people, the importance, and the city manager, there is probably it's desirable for the city to have a requirement that pertains to what is called secondary treatment in these community wastewater systems. I think if you all are aware, there's a lot of flexibility in what Georgia EPD will consider and will approve. And some of the things they approve are essentially a septic system writ large that extends into an open space. And without looking at the pros and cons of that, and I think you may have people here tonight who can address the benefits and risks of those kind of systems. Requiring in other words, you've got your box, on-site septic type box, and you've got lines feeding not instead to a drain field, but to a second collection box in which there are some biological treatment goes on in that box, in that container and vessel. So that is what then enables that effluent is now routed and pumped into a drain field out in the green space. And it is that secondary treatment which really provides the kind of safety margin you want for that common area drain fields, so that they those have a long and extended life. And again, that's so I'm putting that issue. We can all make a mental note to talk about the pros and cons of requiring secondary treatment in the city of Milton as part of our subdivision regs. Of course, the ordinance tries to set up some of the administrative pieces of how these systems would work. Maintenance and ownership shall reside either with the developer, with a homeowner association, or with an owner-operator that's licensed by the state of Georgia. And there are people in that operating business that actually will own them too. So you can hire somebody to operate it for you, or you can sell it to them and let them operate it, and they turn it into a revenue-generating utility. City of Milton is authorized in this to act in its sole discretion to be a third-party trustee for these systems, so that and the trustees are a required component in that license issued by the state of Georgia. So somebody's going to be a trustee, and the City of Milton, at its discretion, can do so. I think we're all clear that if you all act in that capacity, you all have, I think, great discretion as to what you can require in terms of the design and the sureties associated with that system. And the ordinance does not go into those details. That gives you all pretty wide discretion on that. Again, stormwater structures also envisioned. The ordinance refers to the other in-depth stormwater regulations that you all already have, which are more than adequate. Just as a matter of record, the conservation such stormwater facilities, if they're necessary to go in the green space, they can be placed there if the Public Works Director finds that's pretty much the only place this is going to work. It can also cross through tree save areas if that's necessary. And again, I think those are kind of the standard provisions we all have now to dealing with your existing buffer requirements. These things can be placed there if your staff finds that's pretty much the only way to make this work, a design work.
Don, would you agree that the proper term rather than structures would be facilities then? They're not all cast in place concrete facilities. You can go with bioswales, open drainage areas, recharge areas.
Facilities probably is a broader term that does, maybe that's more descriptive of the type of facilities you're talking about. Obviously, anything we make, whether it's just a swale or a bioswale, is going to have some design and engineering applied to it, I would think. Sure. But technically it's a structure, but as a matter of, in reality, it's a very low impact structure.
Right.
Which is good.
Well, just so we're not being misled here that there are a lot of alternative forms of stormwater containment, retention, detention, and everything that goes along with it, recharge areas.
My understanding, Mr. Lutz, is that the stormwater regulations and the manual you all use is all designed to avoid that kind of concrete box detention philosophy. It's trying to do that. So I'm relying on what you all really have there to encourage the bioswale, the low impact landscape type retention design
Right.
that is that I think is what you all are seeking.
Right. Thank you.
With that, I pretty much I think we've talked about tree saves again, the tree save area. Oh well, I should know. I need to mention we have. I have to say we have the draft in front of you does eliminate a standard rigid perimeter buffer requirement. It still allows your staff and the council to apply perimeter buffers around the site boundary of a proposed subdivision where it is needed, where you all determine it is necessary and needed. Again, up to 150 feet. So these are large buffers. Again, the idea there was to provide more flexibility to allow what's something that's more appropriate to the site. Anytime you do a standard dimension setback or buffer around the perimeter, you're really just driving everything to the middle, whether it's needed to be driven there or not. And there may be good resources in the middle of the site that deserve protection or that would be a real asset if you did not force everything inward. So, again, allow the designer and your staff to use their best skill to make the best design possible.
Don, do you want to, now that we've been able to put this graphic up for the public, do you want to quickly touch on that again, just so that the public has the benefit of what you were describing in your two lots?
Let's see if I can find my magic. I'm so happy to do that. Carried my little laser pointer around with me all for so long. Let me go here. I'll speak loud so everybody can hear me. Yeah. This lot is a minimum lot. It's a 100-foot wide, minimum lot width. So for 1 acre, you get a very deep lot, 430 feet. This is maybe a more typical kind of lot with 150-foot width. And the buildable area is much larger, 100 feet there. You see over here, you're going to have a fairly narrow house that's long and deep. But that is allowed in your ordinance right now. The key is that now these lot areas and this side yard the developer can't just clear that whole lot. You can't clear all that area. It's got to leave a little bit of a green area there if there's anything existing on each sideline of the lot, and of course here in the rear and in the front. And again, we tried to come up with just a reasonable first cut standard that half of the frontage, if there's a tree area across the whole frontage, half of that can get cut, and you leave the remainder. So again, this is a way to, again, still use the AG1 lots, but to provide some more protection that makes this subdivision look a little greener than some of the ones you've typically been given.
Thank you.
Other questions?
What you described here in this sketch is how a buffer design would come about. Do you have any, and I know Randall Aaron's been here several times and shown examples of different types of conservation subdivisions. Do you have any examples, maybe for the benefit of folks here that haven't been exposed to that type of design here. And the reason I bring it up, I think there's probably a misconception or maybe a misunderstanding of how conservation subdivisions are actually designed. And to me, each one is different. Each one stands on its own. It's not a typical subdivision where you get a main road going in and branch roads coming off of it. Conservation subdivisions work with the topography of the site, which makes each one of them unique in its own respect. So it's not a matter of we're going to take half of the site here and plop the allowed number of homes right down here and cluster them all in one area. It depends on where the physical features, the streams, the floodplains, rock outcrops, other features, natural features that each and every parcel may have on it. Could you further expand on that, or do you have any other examples that you might be able to show us,
So-
other than this buffer design?
Yeah. Councilman Lusk, in our earlier PowerPoints, I did have some illustrations of those. I don't have those set up tonight, but I think the issue, the key issue that I think I hear you talking about is this: how are the house sites? Are they really clustered all up in some corner of a tract? I think if you look at the thousands of these that have been done across the United States, I'm sure you can find a couple that have done that, but that is not typically the pattern. Usually, once these developers have made this commitment and they've hired usually landscape architects to do these kind of land plans, there's a lot of good thought that goes into it. And I think what you typically are getting are loop streets or occasionally cul-de-sacs. So you've got limited number of houses on streets, and in almost all cases, or in the recommended practice, and again, that's in the code, we require the lots either look out to their rear or look across the street directly into green space. So you're not going to see blocks of houses stacked, of house lots stacked as you would in some of the more dense cluster home subdivisions that exist here in Milton, certainly from when Fulton County was handling zoning and land development. You're not going to see that kind of pattern again, because the value in the subdivision is in mixing those houses with the green space, and in essence, the green space acts as a yard, an additional yard for every house. And we've tried to address that by requiring that 75% of all lots proposed in the subdivision, minimum, have that immediate, they must adjoin green space. Either adjoin it or it's across the street. In other words, and they're looking into the forest across the street. They may look across the street, but there are not going to be other houses there. Otherwise, again, that does not comply with that requirement. You have to look out into the, so again, you could have rows of lots joining each other on the rear yard, there's no question, but you're not going to have rear yard and then across the street another set of lots. So that was our best thinking about how to break up the cluster effect, the danger of that. And again, it's such a good article I wanted to pass around. It's an excellent article in the Wall Street Journal from a little over a year and a half ago on the economics of conservation subdivisions. And they're basically reporting on a study that Colorado State University did that showed these things have great appreciation in value and sell faster and sell at higher prices than conventional subdivisions. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good testimony that these projects and these ordinances, at least in the mountain states, seem to be doing quite well. And again, I believe this was research done during and after the recession.
To Councilman Lusk's last question, you kind of touched on a little bit. On page 8 of your draft, down at the bottom under B, location of house sites, I was a little confused reading that sort of last sentence. House sites shall be located not closer than 50 feet from primary conservation areas and secondary conservation areas. Is house sites different than house lots? Is that building, is that the structure? Because
Yes.
you're obviously going to have
Right.
lot lines somewhere, so that needs to be house or structures.
And we put that in the definition, Councilman, because we knew that was an unusual term. House site means the approximate footprint of an existing or proposed residential building within the buildable area of
Okay.
a lot. So we wanted to make sure, you can see from the diagram, I didn't want to make the buildable area such that you had to separate that from the green space, just the house footprint itself. And the house footprints, if you look at these lots, more often than not, they're going to be located toward the front. Conceivably, they could be located way in the back.
So that's the structure itself, is not within 50 feet of that.
Correct. That is the footprint of the structure.
While we're in that same section, going on to D, the establishing of lot lines. I think that have been involved in it kind of understand that this is the last step of it. You kind of place the things how it'll feel, and then draw the lot lines. One thing that gave me a little confusion is lot lines drawn are the last step. Lots shall be regular in shape. And I don't know how you can say that they're going to be regular in shape if that's the last thing,
Right.
part of the step of the process.
That's a good point.
And I sort of thought that the whole gist of this was to make things not necessarily regular.
Depending on the topography or layout of the natural property.
I think the intent there is that the lots have, not that they can't, their sidelines can't vary and move around, and you can't have perpendicular or go off on a literally on a tangent. But I think this came up in our discussions. What about flag lots? And it was impressed upon me by Mr. Lagerbloom that has been a problem, and regular shape is kind of aimed at that kind of a lot
Rectangular?
configurations.
I mean, that's what I think
Yeah,
of regular shape is rectangular or some.
Well, it could be a trapezoid or a parallelogram, but not an amoeba.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that's a very good analogy. Yeah, you don't want it looking like a jigsaw puzzle, but certainly it's a general standard. That's all I can say about it. That they should generally be regular in shape, and that could mean any kind of regular plane geometry.
Okay.
Amoebas don't have any property corners.
Right.
Something that you can see and measure.
Right.
Again, just an observation I make. This ordinance is 20 pages, and that includes 1 page of definitions. We could have made this a lot shorter. As you know, we've listed the contents of each plan. So there's 3 or 4 listings of the kinds of features and data you want your staff to see on the plan. Some ordinances kick that over to an appendix or something. So, without those 3 or 4, you probably knocked off 3 or 4 pages off this ordinance. This is not in some respects, this is a complex ordinance. In others, it could have been even shorter merely because of things like that. But we were trying to be specific, and it seemed to be a good place to go ahead and put those requirements in one spot so the developer and his engineer and landscape architect can know it's there. They don't have to go looking for something else.
Go ahead.
In cases where your ordinance has been used in other jurisdictions, what has been the response of developers who've followed this process? Kind of a reaction to it, I guess.
That's a good question, and I have done some research on that. In DeKalb County, the provision that 20% green space be required, which I printed out, I have that with me. This was one of our ordinances in 2001, and it just said any development over 5 acres or more than 36 dwelling units has to have 20% open space. It's been widely ignored by the county staff, and no one's called their hand on it yet. All I can say, it's DeKalb County. It's Chinatown. The other development where we did have our our ordinance adopted in Jasper County, Jasper County, that's Monticello, Georgia, is the county seat. That ordinance remains a mandatory ordinance in their agricultural zone, which I believe has 5-acre minimum lot sizes. That remains the law in on the code books of the county, but they have not been getting any development activity at all since the recession. They're still basically in the recession. Again, Monticello and Jasper County is south of Madison, south of I-20, kind of toward, Reynolds Plantation is in Greene County. And our best, the discussions I've had with the folks over there is they got hit by the problem. When Reynolds Plantation had problems during the recession, that's chilled that area for a while, and it's still going to take a while to come back.
A little bit closer to home, in Cherokee, virtually all the subdivisions have been conservation subdivisions, whereas in Forsyth, virtually none of them have been. Now, one of the differences is the lot sizes are larger in Cherokee, typically. And I believe Johns Creek has an ordinance similar to this, and I don't think it's been used very much, if at all. But again, their lot sizes tend to be smaller.
Are you familiar with their ordinance in Johns Creek?
Somewhat.
What are the alternatives to that ordinance in Johns Creek, then?
I'm not that familiar with it.
Okay. How about Cherokee? Are there alternatives to just the conservation subdivision ordinance?
There are.
As we're proposing here, then?
Yeah. But now the major difference in Cherokee is that they're sewer. So it's the dynamics are a little bit different. But there, most of the development community has opted for a conservation subdivision.
Interesting.
And you said that the lots are larger in Cherokee. Define larger.
Well,
Are you referring between Forsyth and Cherokee?
yes, yeah. The Cherokee lots are larger than Forsyth.
You know what if they're using this on a regular basis, what
I
the
think
average lot
they
size
were typically
is?
around an acre, I believe, 3/4 to an acre. I've got a chart on that, but I don't have it with me.
I've got it in my laptop, but it'll take me a minute to find it. So we distributed this assessment of Cherokee and Forsyth at one of the earlier public hearings.
I've got a question. Page 3, back in your sort of definition or explanation of estate design. I noticed it's called out in here that such lots may front on existing improved public roads or may front on unpaved roads. and that's not called out in any of the other stuff. Help me, I mean, I know what that means, but help me illustrate how that comes into play with this.
Why we had that sentence in.
We're still talking about a new cut-in subdivision of 3-acre plus lots. Is that correct? Not lots that are solely fronted on an existing road.
Correct.
So is that basically saying that if you talk about traditional, and whether, I don't know if I'm using the right word, but you got a road coming off a main road and you've got 2 lots.
Yes.
That's saying that those 2 lots can front on the existing road that comes off of, or I just wonder why it's called out in this one and not in others.
That's a good point. I think the what I was thinking was the key word was existing improved public roads. I was trying to highlight the fact that the unpaved roads standard was still there, and that was in a way I'm reciting what was already in your code. But you're right, by calling out existing improved roads and not saying new roads, it tends to imply that somehow it can't be happening on new
No,
roads.
yeah, that's what was confused me. So it's basically saying the first 2 lots, instead of facing this way, can face that way and face the existing road.
I think it should say such lots may front on new or existing improved public
Okay.
roads or may front on unpaved roads as provided in the other section. That would be a good on new or existing.
The buffer, if you don't mind, just while we're kind of there, the buffer design that you had the highlight on, that is basically not necessarily changing any setbacks. It's just saying you're going to put tree save areas inside those setbacks.
That's correct.
Okay. So, and that's on a lot by lot basis, whatever that's called, not the buffer around the whole perimeter.
That's correct,
Okay.
Councilman. And again, that may be something you all want to change, are those setbacks. But I mean, we continue to try and follow the KISS principle. I know that's hard to believe in this ordinance of keeping it simple. But that certainly is, obviously AG1, we're looking at changes. You all are going to be looking at changes in it, so that could be one.
The use permit is not really under your, the C, use permit for conventional subdivision development is not really under your purview at this time. If I've got questions about that, is that now or later?
Well, I can tell you that I think the use permit is a good thing. What I'm concerned about is some of the language we're using, as I am in the earlier part of this section 138. I think we'd be better off with the word shall apply rather than may apply for a use permit, even on this. For property with 20 acres or more within AG1, R1, or R2 zoning districts, an applicant shall apply for a use permit under 1547 if granted, will authorize existing subdivision under AG1 and R, et cetera, which really you don't need that clause. Will authorize the existing subdivision to develop any subdivision not falling under this Article 5. So what I'm saying is that anyone not wanting to develop under the conservation subdivision options, the 3 options above, and wanting to do a conventional subdivision shall apply for a hardship variance.
Shouldn't we
Again,
also,
hardship use permit, excuse me.
what would those requirements be to meet that, to meet that, that we would grade
Right.
the request on?
Well, that was something I had in an earlier draft too, which were some standards that at least referred to the standards that are in the zoning ordinance for use permits, and also added the comprehensive plan. And let me read the exact language. I can find it here real quick. I've got so many drafts floating around. Property 20 acres or more, develop any subdivision not falling under this Article 5, period. The City Council shall consider whether the proposed subdivision will achieve the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan regarding open space and rural character. Again,
So
City
it's a
Council
little-
shall consider.
It's a little
Just
different
consider it.
than our current, like, for use permits for a religious facility. I mean, there's some bullet, A, B, C, D, E. So would we have any of those type of, those criteria in there as well versus just, hey, we think it meets the intent?
We certainly would. We just have not drafted that yet. We're looking for some guidance in terms of whether that is an option that you're in favor of, but that would be inherent as we move forward, and that we would draft a set of use permit criteria that you would use to judge an application.
Okay, thank you. And not to be a mic hog here, but
Go for it.
D, under the exemption for large tract subdivisions. All subdivisions of land zone Ag 1, R1, R2, which are not, in which each lot proposed exceeds 5 acres in lot area, and in which no new roads are proposed. So is that saying, I think of subdivision, I think of a traditional subdivision, and I think in this use of subdivision is subdivision of a tract. So this is saying that anything, if you have 5-acre lots on an existing road, because it says in which no new roads are proposed, is basically saying that nothing changes from today on those lots. Is that, am I reading that correctly?
That's correct. And again, the intent here was if you own 20 acres and you want to sell 10 to another developer or to a timber company, under state law, that's a subdivision. I think
Yes.
even a division under your code as well.
Mhm.
If you're dividing it in 3, you've created a type of subdivision. And again, this was to make sure they were exempted. You're not building new roads and you're not really trying to develop multiple lots. You're not, conservation doesn't, you're not, want to explicitly state you're not tangled up with the conservation regulations.
Okay.
Unless you wish to, unless you're really doing some big estate lot thing.
So if you had 1,000 foot of road frontage on Birmingham Highway, you could divide that up into 5-acre lots, how many lots that is, and none of those lots would fall under the conservation regulations.
That is,
Even if you build on them.
that's correct.
Okay.
If there was an existing road that met standards, I
Mhm.
believe Birmingham is a good example, probably does, yeah.
Okay. That's it for a little bit.
Don, what's to prevent a developer from segmenting their development or doing phased development? I didn't see anything about that in this draft. If 20 acres is the minimum, could they just do 2 10 acres at some point in time and skirt the ordinance?
Councilman, that's an issue I made a note that is out there, and a concern that I have, that by setting the, for good reason, setting, and I may not have gone into the reason, I think Mr. Lagerbloom referenced it, or maybe Ms. Field. We picked 20 because that seems to be the break point for a safe break point for community septic systems. The economics work out good at that, no question, 20 and above. But when you do that, you've now said that 18 and 19 acre tracts of land can come in under conventional subdivision. If a landowner owns 60 acres and wanted to divide that into 18 acre pieces, he could come in with a conventional subdivision this year and in 2 years and in 2 more years.
What can you do to prevent that?
What can we do to prevent that? I'm not,
Because that, the intent clearly is not for someone to be able to do that.
right. Well, we thought about, what if we have a requirement that makes sure we can look at ownership. Certainly that's one of the things the applicant is submitting. He's turning in his ownership and identifying the ownership of the surrounding properties. But, you know, it's pretty easy to create a new corporation that says, Milton Acres number 1, and this is Milton Acres number 2, and I guess under the law, that means it's separate ownership. I'm not sure how that works. So that did not seem to be the answer. Some ordinances have time requirements during which if you are the owner of this tract of land and you break part of it off, they restrict the ability of the remainder to be developed within some period of time. That would be the other possibility. You do put a clock that says, sure, you can divide this, but your next 25 acres or 30 acres, you can't touch that for
5 years.
5 years.
To your knowledge, has that been used? And if so, has it been challenged?
It's been used in other states. I don't know if it's been used in Georgia and tested in Georgia.
In the question that Karen put out, were you thinking of like developing in phases, one big plat,
Right.
like interconnecting, not a subdivision coming off from a road for 18 acres and then a separate subdivision for 18? You're talking
No,
about
but I'm
the
thinking of somebody who does
interconnectedness.
phases 1, 2, and 3, and they do each phases in 18.
How are the phases if it's really
18
one
acre
subdivision?
phase, and put in a different entity name for each phase, and
It's kind of different than our commercial type zonings where you have a site plan and it usually shows phase 1, 2, and 3 and it's bound by that site plan. If this is acted as 3 different entities, whether they're connected or not, you'd kind of notice it where that road ends or something like that. You'd have some knowledge that that's going to happen, but that was a question I had is how do you prevent that?
What would our,
Well, I think we're talking about segmenting the property to avoid the requirements, as opposed to a true phasing.
Or even, or somebody buying tract of less than 20 acres from here, and then the contiguous tract is under a separate deal there, and then a contiguous there. That's 3 different developments that could potentially act as one in mass.
is there a way to put in there that it cannot have interconnectivity to any subdivision that was developed within a certain amount of time?
Karen, it's funny you asked that because that's just what the city attorney and I were debating down here as to whether or not you could prohibit interparcel access. And probably the answer to that is yes. Unfortunately, you're kind of prohibiting something with a tool that you really want. And Carter would cringe at me suggesting that we wouldn't want interparcel access. I probably. So to use it, I don't know. Do you want to weigh in on that?
Well, I think we've always supported interparcel access. I think what we found from a residential standpoint is it's very difficult to get two dissimilar type subdivisions to get connected together. There has not generally been much support for that, even though we would prefer to have that within the subdivisions. It's just been very difficult to do.
In this case, you're really not wanting it because you're not wanting it to be someone to use this as a way to skirt the ordinance.
Correct.
So if you put they couldn't have any shared, you couldn't have interpersonal access or shared amenities, because I think
Yeah, I think there's a lot of good reasons why you want to encourage that the joining of these things, particularly in the green space area too. You want your neighbor's green space to kind of dovetail with your green space of your development. That's certainly in the public interest to encourage that, as well as the trails and street traffic. But again, a timeline, just a timeline in and of itself might be the better, cleaner way to do it without just restricting access. Just merely the timeline.
Of course, when they do that, go back to the conventional plan, then you get into the permeability issues. So so you can't really do the yield plan under conventional.
While we're talking about permeability, The way that it's in here now, as I read it for the, I guess what would only be for the basic conservation design, it does, the yield plan is based off of basically saying if you have 50 acres, you take out the acreage of your buffers, your right-of-way, setbacks, any of that sort of stuff, that equals your yield. What's left is equal to 1 acre or 1 unit per acre what's left. Is that correct?
I'm not sure about the buffers, because the buffer, again, the buffer area, other than buffers that would be required under AG1 right now, you wouldn't have to exclude those, but certainly roads and right-of-ways.
Okay.
Right-of-ways.
And then you take that, whatever that acreage is, 1 unit per acre, and that's
Right.
what you get, whether it perks
Right.
or not.
Correct. Because that's what you're entitled to under the City of Milton's AG1 zoning ordinance, period. If there happened to be public sewer access to that tract, that's how the design would happen anyway. You would have, it'd be the 1 acre.
Well, there's very few,
Track.
that are accessed by public sewer now, so.
Oh, right.
So if you have that and it yields out on paper that you can have 35 lots out of that 50 acres, let's just say that for numbers. But if it was, we weren't talking about the basic conservation design, you had to do perk tests for each lot, that number may go down.
If there were a requirement for perkability, yes, that number probably would go down.
Okay.
It would. But your good example of 35 lots would mean, again, those lots would have to be truly buildable. They would have to meet all the dimensions that your zoning ordinance requires, and would have to have the adequate road frontage. Their buildable areas could not have rock and wetlands or other environmental conditions that you currently restrict. Again, they can be in the lot, they could be in the back of the lot or the front yard of the lot, but there's got to be a buildable area there, again, a buildable area in a house lot that is truly
Just
could be
like you
built.
got right there,
And
if
your
that was buildable.
That's correct. Your staff would have to say, yeah, that's a buildable lot.
But it would also need to perk under current regulations for it to be a truly 100% buildable lot.
Under AG1, that's correct.
And this is perhaps saying
Under
that there would have to be,
Under AG1, if there is no other
yeah.
waste
Yeah,
sewer
let's
system
just
available.
yeah, assume that. This would say that you could have whatever that yield is after you do the math, as long as you had an area for all of the neighborhood to perk to.
That's,
For the community septic to perk too.
yeah, I think I understand.
Okay,
the
I think you do, I mean,
Yeah.
not seeing inside your head, but I think you answered my question.
There's a 4-step process that goes through the conservation subdivision design, and I just want to clarify again, that's not necessarily the same thing that goes for the buffer design, or is it?
4-step process with the buffer design?
Right.
No, since there's no lot reduction in lot areas, that becomes, well, that's a good point. I didn't envision it as being applicable, but
Is it possible?
it certainly could be. There's no harm in it, given the fact that, again, we think it makes a lot of sense. The people who have been designing these things have been using the process. There doesn't seem to be a lot of objection to this 4-step process as a way of, again, turning the values of the design in the right order.
Right.
I think that's the objective.
Okay.
So, yeah, there's nothing inherently that would prevent it from being applied.
And Don, just so I understand, the buffer subdivision design is basically the revised AG1?
That was my intention, that it was basically a revised or improved AG1,
Okay.
or at least the first start of one. And again, it was trying to, it seemed important that we have this internal within the conservation ordinance, again, so this council could look at the plan, so that the plan review process would be the same as it would be for conservation, basic conservation, and for the estate lot. option. So we're trying to get all three of those into the same approval process where you all get good review and due diligence and all of that.
So looking at this, then really what I have is three types of potential development in 20 acres or above subdivisions.
Correct.
Conservation subdivision, estate lot, and then the improved or enhanced AG1. And then the special use permit that we saw up there, that's if someone's claimed a hardship and said, it doesn't fit, I don't want to do any of these three, I can't do it, that's where they would have to come to the council basically with criteria that we haven't set yet and review. But these three these are 20 acre or greater subdivisions. These are our options we're considering for development.
Yes, and I believe the 20-acre tract size, because of the community waste system issue, that's a good break point. And I think all of us as staff, we're all in agreement on that. Where I have some concern is certainly I believe the use permit needs some standards, and those are standards that you all, perhaps the ordinance just merely says, look at these standards. My understanding is you all can bind yourselves to require, as you can see, the ordinance, the language for approval of the subdivision is pretty extensive about finding things that it complies with. So as problematic as the 20-acre threshold is, I think it makes sense to go with that, given the community waste system issue. Where I have had and am having a disagreement with staff is over paragraph B in 138, which is using the term that this is the preferred method for 20-acre tracts and larger, and not using a more compulsive word, a more mandatory word. I think the word shall should be used there, that you shall do this. And again, the hardship language in C then makes it, again, another option, an optional. There's an escape hatch, in other words. There's a due process escape hatch for somebody that really says, I can't do any of these three options. I want to come.
See, and I guess maybe I read that differently. I read when it said preferred, it's conservation subdivision development. That type of 20-acre or greater development would be the preferred, but it's going to be one of these three when it's 20 acres or above, or you go to the special use permit.
Well, one thing about it, and we went back and forth over this language. In the way it's written, I want to make sure I'm reading the correct one. Well, I'm reading my draft there. In all AG1, R1 and R2 zoning districts, conservation subdivision is the preferred method of subdivision of any tract of land greater than 20 acres in area, except as provided in C and D below. If selected as an option, conservation subdivision AG1, R1, and R2, if selected as an option, AG1, R1, and R2 zoning districts shall utilize one of the following three design options. Well, you've got three options within an option, and that is a wording I would not have recommended and did not recommend.
Council, for the purpose of just bringing you up to speed, the reason that the word preferred is in there is based upon the feedback that the staff has received from each of the individual council members. And it truly is the mandatory versus optional position. And the council could certainly elect to put shall in there. I have not heard that the majority of the council feel that way at this point, that preferred should be a shall. And that's why it's, you all are the policy setters, and that's why it's before you tonight in the manner that I think is consistent with the direction that you've at least given me to this point.
So,
And to that point, maybe, Don, there's, a couple things you've mentioned that maybe you're not comfortable with or are different from your version for what is submitted here with working with staff. Can you list those, one being this shall versus preferred wording? What are the others? And maybe, because I know there's some legal issues too that maybe we can touch on.
There
It's that language in paragraph B in 138, shall versus preferred method. The standards, in my view, the use of the word shall in the paragraph C, the use permit for conventional subdivision development. An applicant may apply. And then again, the use of standards in, the absence of standards later in that C. You notice it just says you could apply under 64-1547. Yeah, I think there probably should be more elaborate standards there that guide you all as to on what basis would we grant that permit. Now notice we've taken out the word hardship there. I don't know whether you wanted to leave that word hardship in there or not. I thought it made sense to call it a hardship use permit.
That was
Okay.
at the advice of the city attorney.
Okay.
Was the removal of the word hardship. Maybe Larry can weigh in on that, or
Yeah, I hate
That
to
was
put
a
you on the spot,
specific,
Larry, because I know Ken had looked at it, but
No, that's fine. I'll just try to speak loudly. My understanding on some of the use permit standards, I agree that if the council ends up going with a use permit category for traditional subdivisions as is contemplated here, that you're going to want standards.
for sure.
Well, but the reason they're not in this document is that this document is not a zoning ordinance. It hasn't, this amendment to the subdivision regulations has not been through the state law requirements for zoning ordinance. So it made more sense from our perspective. And if that's the route we're going, that those use permit standards will be incorporated in the separate zoning ordinance amendment that staff has talked about. And so, yeah, the standards are going to be, you're going to want standards, right? Because otherwise, in the absence of standards, you're acting arbitrarily. On the hardship point, I would make a point that that hardships are generally related to variance requests, where you have truly objective criteria, whether your Board of Zoning Appeals are determining whether there's a hardship to vary a setback, et cetera. Use permit is a category where the council operates in a more legislative fashion and has discretion to decide whether criteria are met or not. And so I think that's probably why the term hardship came out. I don't know that may be semantics, but from a legal perspective, I think it's better to stay away from that specific term and for use permits.
okay. And again, just the point is that, all respect, Don, for your work, it wasn't just changed haphazardly, but was based on either council input or legal input, so.
I understand.
Kathy?
Can I just clarify something, because I just want to make sure that this is clear, is the way we structurally set this up, is that we have this conservation subdivision ordinance with the 3 design criteria in it, the A, B, C that we talked about, the estate, the buffer, and the regular conservation subdivision design. Those are embedded within the conservation subdivision ordinance, and that will require review and approval by planning commission and city council. And so they are embedded in that ordinance. We also have available what we're calling the enhanced AG1, which that we have beefed up some of the development standards that we currently have in the existing AG1. We've enhanced them, so we called it an AG1 plus, and that kicks in at 20 acres. But the difference between those enhanced AG1 and the conservation subdivision ordinance is that one you get through a review and approval by the planning commission and city council. The other one, the enhanced AG1, is by right. You don't have to go through a review process, but you do have to follow the revised development standards that we're going to talk about after we talk about the CSO. So I just want to, and so if you don't want to do those 2 options, then you may apply for a special use permit to access the existing AG1 with those existing development standards.
Okay, so as I look at this, where is the enhanced AG1?
It's a separate ordinance.
We're
Okay.
going to talk about
So
that next.
that will be
right?
separate,
That's what I wanted to
so the buffer,
clarify.
so the buffer design here is underneath the conservation subdivision.
Correct.
We're not talking about the enhanced AG1,
Correct.
we have not gotten to that yet.
Correct.
Okay, now I got you.
As for the use permit, I took it as not necessarily somebody wanting to apply for it for a hardship, it was I don't want to do these other options, I'll take my chances with this. So that's why I would prefer to see hardship if we go this route left out of that, whatever that's worth.
Back on that same topic there, may versus shall, kind of puts a mandate on the applicant that if he doesn't want these three, then he needs to go this way. It doesn't leave it open for him to go the regular route or the enhanced route. So I think may probably applies better than shall.
In the use permit
Yeah.
clause, yes.
Like may,
Right.
for a variety of reasons.
Particularly if the paragraph B has shall in it, then may certainly works in the second clause.
Kathy, is the on page 6, section 5140, the procedure for review and approval? What, other than some of the obvious things, you know, these the planning visit and this, that, and the sketch plat submission, how different is that in this new ordinance as it is today? What are the added steps, or are obviously the 4-step design process, right? And I guess that would kind of go on into the approval process and everything. It's almost like it's a rezoning type of request. It goes through the planning commission, or the staff reviews, planning commission, and then the mayor and council.
Correct. Very simple.
In all of these options, whether it be basic, estate, buffer, would come through those same
Correct.
approval. Okay.
Okay.
Mayor, if I could, I know there was some question, and I just want to bring it up to be able to explain to the council. There was some concern that one of the criteria by which the council would conduct the review was a review of the comprehensive plan as well as a thoroughfare plan. Those were removed by the city attorney because of his desire not to have them follow the word shall in any ordinance, because in and of themselves they are guides to the city, but they don't have the binding effect of a law in the city, and to include them after the word shall was a bit problematic. And I'll let Larry continue on the reason by which why those came out, because quite often they're so complex with their information, you can use them to argue just about any point.
And that's certainly been my experience. There are governments that consider compliance with comprehensive plans mandatory, at least say in the zoning land use, future land use map category. That's the exception. But as Chris was saying, I think that's exactly right. Simply saying that an application shall comply with a comprehensive plan could lead to a lot of mischief, because the comprehensive plan is a huge document. It's full of many policies, and having done zoning for most of my career, I know that in that type of litigation, the property owner can find something in the comprehensive plan that supports their position, even though there's other parts that do not. And so it is certainly traditional that the comprehensive plan is something that you would consider, just like you do on rezonings, just like you do on use permits. That comes into one of the factors that you consider on making a decision. But I do think it opens up if we go to a shall, that a conservation subdivision shall comply with the comprehensive plan, that would take a lot of work to try to figure out what does that mean, and what parts and which policies, et cetera. So I think that's the kind of underlying concern on that issue.
The way we attempted to capture it and not lose it in its entirety is if you'll turn to page 10 at the bottom, which is the area I believe we're talking about. As it reads now, the City Council shall review the conceptual plan, yield plan, site analysis map, and after the and may also review other plans and documents, including all wastewater permits or applications. That was the City Attorney's recommended language to say that you weren't confined and bound by a certain list. You certainly had the ability to review other things, but we didn't feel so strong as to include them by their title after the word shall.
Don, can you state again why do we have the use permit for conventional subdivisions underneath the conservation subdivision option?
Well, I wasn't sure where else we would put it. If we were making conservation design a requirement in those three zones, the preferred requirement, there are subdivision codes where you put that, the variance or hardship mechanism in that code. I'm not sure if it were in the zoning ordinance. I'm appreciating what the city attorney has said here, that is the proper place for putting some of these standards, but if we're going to cross over into zoning, again, I guess you would at least want to cross-reference to the zoning ordinance where that provision would be. So are you asking, could it be in some other part of the city code?
I guess I'm trying to understand from a structure, it goes back to my question earlier. The way I'm looking at this is you've got less than 20 acres, and that's standard development the way it is today, AG1 with our current AG1 zoning.
Right.
Then once you cross the threshold, what we're talking about, of 20 acres and greater, then I almost see it as potentially three different categories. You have conservation subdivision ordinance, which has the buffer, the standard conservation subdivision ordinance, and the estate lots. Then if I don't do that, a conservation subdivision under those three items, then I go over to enhanced AG1 if that's the direction we go. That's another option. And then the third piece is, well, if I don't think I can do either of those, either these three under conservation or the enhanced AG1, then I have a special use permit. That's, I guess, where I'm trying to wrap my head around is, why is it in here in a conservation subdivision? Why is it not a standalone? Because just like we're doing AG1, aren't we talking about larger subdivision development? Isn't that what we're talking about here?
Councilman Morgan, let me answer that. The enhanced AG1, we didn't see that until Saturday morning. And it was called at that time RR1. So at that time, we were not aware staff was working on that kind of ordinance. And we were told, I think, during the week, yes, we are working on that ordinance. So all of the conservation subdivision regulations you have in front of you did not anticipate another kind of zoning district that would somehow be related to the CSO.
So that's why the out there is really, today we're really talking about it almost as a separate item. It's in here when we're reviewing this, but it's really not part of the conservation subdivision. It's part of larger tract subdivision development that we're talking about.
Right, now when we get to the discussion on the enhanced AG1, the first red sentence there makes reference to, if you don't want this and you want to access the regular current AG1, you'd have to do it via a use permit. So we did pick that up in this separate amendment.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand the organization. So it was here because that's before, when you're developing it, this is where it fit to have that option. That's why you had preferred, because it's preferred, but we're saying this is the umbrella of how we're going to develop larger subdivision. That's what we're talking about today, as far as options.
And again, the approach we were trying to take, the town planning and design was trying to take, was to work within your existing zoning framework, within the existing AG1, R1, and R2. And therefore, you were trying to craft this standalone conservation ordinance in Article 5, which you all have reserved. That place is there in your conservation, in your subdivision regulations. So given that part of the code, what can we plug in here that relates to AG1, which is where most of your development activity has been?
Sorry, I'm still fuzzy on this then. You have the buffer element there, which is an enhanced AG1 development standard. Then you have this new one here, RR, or whatever we're going to call it. How do they compare? What's the difference between them, and how does one trump the other, I guess?
Maybe I should interject there. Maybe we should make the presentation as to what this enhanced or what the modified AG1 thing is. What I heard consistently, should say consistently, with some consistency amongst the council, that they're in favor of a conservation subdivision option. And we're also in favorable, if you remember, a lot of the questions that we asked for whether or not you wanted to see enhancements to the current agricultural zoning district. And I think the council generally wanted to see enhanced requirements of the agricultural zoning district. I want to clear one thing up, and that buffer subdivision is not enhanced AG1. This conservation subdivision ordinance, as it stands, would apply in AG1, in R1, and in R2. So it is not intended to be any type of a modification of a current zoning district, as is defined early on in the code. So maybe we can move on to, and we'll certainly come back to this, but this was something that we thought was in response to what we were hearing from the council of, we like this as an option, but we also like in enhancing our agricultural district from what it exists today to include some of these rural characteristics. And you'll see we identified view shed, entryway, protected green space and stuff. So I'll turn it over to Kathy and say this is in response to that.
Even if somebody chose not to go the conservation subdivision, any of those three or the other two afterwards, they could still develop under AG1, but it has to be under this modified or enhanced AG1 if it's more than 20 acres.
That's what I think I heard you all tell us that you were interested in seeing. And that is a correct statement. If this were to approve, that would be a correct statement.
So the buffer, enhanced buffer, is a category underneath if they want to do 1 acre lot within a conservation subdivision. That's
You could do potentially buffer subdivision. You know, in the conservation subdivision design, based upon the way it's structured, you could do buffer design in R2. So the buffer design is not an interchangeable topic with modified AG1.
I think
That's
that
what I want to
if the word was something different than buffer, we wouldn't be having this. I mean, I sort of thought the same
now
thing.
now I understand.
Okay.
And that's why, let me just go back to my original, the acres are 20 acres, that's the threshold, and you've got these are all ORs, 3 different choices. Conservation subdivision, which has 3 subsections, the enhanced AG1, and then the special use permit that would allow you access to the existing AG1. And I'm sorry that we had to maintain the AG1 nomenclature because we're changing development standards within that zoning district. We're not changing the zoning district. So forgive me for confusing it. I'm calling it the enhanced AG1 because that's really the best I can come up with to have to discern between the existing AG1. Okay? So let me go on to what is this enhanced AG1. So here are the highlights. It applies to all lots over 20 acres, which we talked about, and it includes the following. It increases the rural view shed from 60 feet to 100 feet. Now, what does that mean? And then requires rural-style entrances to subdivisions. And my thought is if you consider the entrance to Six Hills, it's a very rural, simple entrance. So therefore, we have limited the types of signs. The gatehouses have to be pushed back 100 feet. It calls for a very simplistic entrance. No fountains, no large monuments, no large stones. We allow for agricultural uses within the rural view shed. There have been some queries about what is a rural view shed. Is it just an undisturbed buffer, or is it a pasture, or is it a horse paddock? So we have included definitions to allow those types of uses because we feel that those are part of the rural view shed. So we've included definitions of those. It requires 10% of green space. And then it requires, for a use permit, if you want to opt out of the enhanced AG1 and access the existing AG1, you would have to do it by a use permit. Now, let me talk a little more about this rural view shed where we go from 60 to 100 feet. I have a little example here to show you how this would work. We have 4 lots that we're showing that are on an exterior street, and they're also on an interior street. And in front on the interior street, currently, our rural reallocated this 120 feet to, rather than 60 and 60, we made, you have 100 and then 20, so that there is room for the house. So our concern was if you were going to squeeze so much, if we didn't move this front setback and we didn't lower it, that we really would squeeze the house. So that was the idea that we came up with. So that's what we would propose, but it is an enhanced rural view shed, as well as a green space requirement, and the other definitions are more specific in terms of what use is being.
And Kathy, you did mention that agricultural use could be in that view shed?
Yes, correct.
Because sometimes we run into where you may have an undisturbed buffer, but the unintended consequences, it's just a bunch of scrubby brush versus someone putting a horse pasture or something that would be much better, that would look much better than.
So again, the important difference with this as opposed to conservation subdivision, this enhanced AG1, is it's still allowed by right. It's the underlying zoning that we just changed some of the development standards.
So if I look at this, then the enhanced rural view shed, that 100-foot undisturbed buffer,
It's a
Is
75-foot undisturbed,
75.
additional 25.
so the 75-foot undisturbed is still part of that 1 acre lot, if that's an acre lot?
Yes.
That fronts it, it's not a separate, standalone, undisturbed, it becomes part of that lot that fronts
That's
the
exactly
exterior
right.
street.
And we do have a 10% green space requirement, which is not like the existing AG1, and that's for the whole development. And you could count your rural view shed for that 10%. And we have a whole list of those things that we would allow you to count toward the 10%. But we are asking for a green space that would be put into a permanent conservation easement or a demonstration of it.
And under this, it also would require the perk test because you're using conventional septic.
That's correct, absolutely right, yes, yes. But nothing changes, we've just increased the development standard requirements, is really what we did, from the existing AG1 to the enhanced. And a good example is this rural view shed. It shows you how we went from 60 to 100. We increased.
But it's safe to say it's basically the existing AG1 development, but you're increasing the setback or the buffer from the public road, and by increasing that, then you're also decreasing the setback from the front interior street. And to clarify, you mentioned undisturbed, but then also agricultural. So, clarify, does that mean if it's some scrub trees and bushes that are, can that be cleared and a pasture put in there? It's
Yes.
agricultural.
We put some specific language in your, you should have in front of you that includes all of that. We try to be as inclusive as we could, because that truly is part of the Milton environment, so we want to make sure we capture that. And then, of course, we did tone down the entrances as well, and we put the 10%. So those are the things that we did to change the existing AG1 to try and capture some of the concerns that people have.
And the concerns or the intent to the average person or citizen, when they're driving down the road, they're going to see more green space, and they're not going to, the houses are going to be further back. So that's the intent there.
Can I just throw in about the agricultural is that also if somebody's on a lot that's not in a subdivision, let's say it fronts on Birmingham Highway or Freemanville, and there's trees there, we would allow them with guidance to create a pasture, because not only are we allowing things to be preserved and not planned the buffer, but we're also allowing a situation where people who want to create a pasture and it's a bona fide agricultural use, then they could do that.
Okay.
Council, one of the things you could consider as well is that, when you pull something like this and bring it forward to you, that, we work with our advisors and worked with the city attorneys to figure out what that number is, where it says requires 10% of green space. That's a requirement that doesn't exist today, so it doesn't necessarily have to be 10. But we would want to have a number there that we would get comfortable with you all changing the requirements and it not be something that would constitute, at least from the city attorney's perspective, a taking. And anytime you gobble up more and make land and make it not buildable that might otherwise have buildable potential today, we just want to make sure that whatever number that comes up with is a comfortable number.
Well, there must be some number out there that's been tested before.
I don't know that there would be. I don't know what there would be.
But yes, I don't think there's going to be any, I don't mean to just jump in and get here and start talking, but I don't think there's going to be any magic number. I think that the key is it's got to be, related to a legitimate governmental interest, sort of the rational relationship test. I think I'm comfortable with the percentage that's in there now, and candidly, to the extent that that becomes a problem, or we believe on a case-by-case basis that there's an issue with the taking, that's what variances are for. So there are ways to craft these such that we have the flexibility, if there is a true problem, to address it. That's what I think.
What's your idea when you say the 10%? Where would that 10%, where could that be?
If you go to the ordinance that we've passed out to
Yeah,
you,
it's in here.
it would be anything, bottom of page 4. Starts, conservation areas may include the following.
And we actually took this list of criteria out of the conservation subdivision ordinance that had a similar, if it's looking familiar to you, it is.
Oh, Karen, I'm sorry.
I've got a couple questions. Number one, if you've got going down a street, and you got a house that's 20 feet off the street on one side and 60 feet off the street on the other side, it's gonna look kind of funny. Is there a way to compensate it so that you have some consistency with that? Because that's gonna look strange.
Yeah. And yes, and I think that's a good point, and we actually, we did talk about that somewhat. We could certainly, for a certain area, or a length of the road, or we could
Or ones
allow
that
all
face
homes.
homes that, I mean, I think there just needs to be some way to do it, or else it's gonna look, I mean, if you drive in a subdivision and you see,
Well, could
all
there,
one side be 20 feet and all the other side be 60.
But I think it depends on what the conservation, I mean, what the subdivision shape is, and if there's a bend in the road. I mean, I think it would have to be sensitive on a case by case. But I understand your point that it could look odd, and so we could certainly look at some language, work with the city architect to see if we couldn't come up with something so you wouldn't have such a disparity between setback sizes.
maybe it's something where you have some flexibility, but probably not hard and fast rules, but some flexibility where you could move the road, you could set the buffer smaller, across the street to kind of balance it out within the development so that you get the same number of lots, but everything kind of matches up a little better possibly.
Right. I think it's a case by case, but it's a design issue, and you're absolutely right. And so we could certainly look at some language that would allow us to make sure that there wasn't a disparity of look within a subdivision because of this setback requirement.
Okay, also, is there any reason why the subdivision entrance requirements that have been changed are not changed for subdivisions of 20 acres or less too? That ought to be, we ought to be consistent with that.
And we could certainly do that. Yeah.
And is there any reason why they don't have to put in 10% conservation area?
If you wanted to amend AG1 in its entirety to include
Yeah,
these new
we could-
standards, it certainly would be the policy decision of the council. I don't see that there's anything that would
There's
prohibit it.
there are certain changes we're making that I think we ought to make regardless of whether or not they are 19 acres or 21 acre subdivision. Subdivision entrance ought to be consistent.
Fair enough. council have a feeling on that?
On the entrance?
On whether or not these, if we're talking about enhancements to the agricultural district here, do you have any reaction to it being on all developments in the agricultural district as opposed to differentiating ones above a certain size?
I do, and I think it's an issue of consistency. Why have higher standards in this parcel here than right next door have lesser standards? And even further to that point, in this enhanced ordinance that you have here, I'd like to see the same application process as is in the conservation ordinance. And I think that will tend to establish some consistency in developments too.
Application, but not review and approval.
I think we need to carry it all the way through that process.
How does the council react to that?
Can we do that, or is that considered a taking because they don't have to go through that whole process now and have the right to develop in the AG1 without?
It's just, well, I think it's a different construct. One I view as more of in the nature of a zoning, and I don't view the conservation subdivision ordinance that way. So I mean, we could make them similar, but they do have they're going to be viewed by a little bit of a different standard. So I mean, we could work as close as we can, council member, to make that happen. But they are different in nature. That's my position, Kathy. Do you agree with that?
Bill, is the question you're asking for future development requests in the agricultural district, AG1 district? That today, what happens is we have a published set of criteria and standards that when a development plan comes in, as long as it meets the development criteria and standard, it is allowed. And if it doesn't, then we figure out what it doesn't meet and figure out what process it has to go through to see if it can be allowed. What I think I just heard you say was that rather than having a plan come in and meet a set of criteria and either be approved or not, that a plan development would come in and would start through a process that would include beyond an evaluation against the code, but a review by either the Planning Commission or the City Council, and that in order to be approved for actual permit issue or LDP, that it would require something other than a parallel review of the existing code. Does that say a lot, confuse the heck out of you? Sorry. I might have.
I think, well, I'm
I kind of
trying
confused myself as I was.
I guess the overall thought here is to come up with a consistent standard for approval and consistency in development. Not that every development needs to look the same, but if we're going to establish review criteria in conservation, why shouldn't we carry that same review process through the enhanced AG1?
Well, I think we can. I think we can have as thorough a review process. I just view them as different. I view them as different constructs. I view the conservation subdivision regulation as more of basically a subdivision tool as opposed to a zoning. And I think that's the difference from my perspective. Now, if we want to set up, and make them equivalent, we can go as close as we can. But just at a baseline, I think they're different. I think they are structurally different, is my point.
Mm-hmm.
But I think what Bill's saying is, all these new subdivisions that have popped up over the last 3 to 5 years, I mean, we as a council find out about them at the same time every other citizen does when we drive by and see things taken down, and they've never been reviewed by any of us at all. Is there a way that some of those can actually be reviewed so we can,
Well, we've certainly. I will tell you just from other experience, I have certainly seen plat reviews or sketch plat reviews that have a public participation component, that have a staff review component. So certainly, I have seen that. You could set those constructs up. Yes, you're talking about, Councilmember Thurman, you're talking about pieces of property that have been zoned long ago that are just coming now in for development.
Yeah, they're being developed under the current AG1 standards, and so they never come before us. So we never even know about them until we you know, see trees going down.
I think the key word is review and approve.
Right.
Review is one thing of, okay, here's what they're coming, we like it, we don't, but it meets the law. And approval is, we're gonna constructively criticize this, and then tell you, you can do it this way or not at all.
Well, that's right. I mean, you typically, any local government typically gets one bite at the zoning apple, and that's sort of done. So if it's already zoned, what I've seen is other jurisdictions impose some sort of a plat review process where you have some very finite, detailed criteria that they review, and if they meet those criteria, they typically get their plat approved. But it does provide public input, it provides staff input, and it provides council notice and input as well. But it doesn't give you the tools, though, quite as significant as a standard zoning. If that makes, you have a lot more discretion in zoning.
It's kind of like an alcohol beverage permit. If they've
Exactly.
If they've qualified through steps 1, 2, 3, and 4, then we really don't have a choice but to approve it.
But nonetheless, it would put you on notice. It provides input. Citizens can come and participate as well. That can all be set up, but that's right.
And respectfully, a little different opinion on that. Communication I think would be good, and then communication that the citizens could. But I think as a local government, we can come up with the ordinances and whatnot for the best interest of the city. But once we have them there, I don't necessarily feel that we want to be involved and make the citizens and property owners jump through more steps and more hearings if they're adhering to the existing rules. So, I'm kind of in the middle as far as I'd see what Karen says. A lot of times a subdivision will be going in and it met all the requirements, so there's no reason that it comes before us. When they're applied for, the staff could communicate, send out a note to the council, this is coming up 2 months from now or whatever, and maybe also for the citizens, and, note there that it meets all the requirements. But again, to pull it to the process where everything existing that meets the current requirements would have to go through the formal process of being approved or not with the planning commission, city council, or whatever. Again, that's my personal feeling. I don't think less government is better when, if people follow the rules.
But if it had some kind of public input process, it might be that some of the public could influence the way that the design of the subdivision itself. I don't know.
I think we can ask for that, but I don't know if I'm hearing that we can require that. I think the way it's structured now is we've got to get it right in these requirements, whatever they are, and then let them stand on their own legally. Is that not sort of thinking right?
Well, I do believe you can add more process or more public participation. Again, going to Councilmember Thurman's point, I think once those requirements are met, I think the council has limited options at that point.
If we've got requirements and they're meeting those requirements, and then to have a public hearing for somebody to pick it apart, what are they going to do if they've met all the requirements? To me, it's better for us to firm up the requirements so that, that looks good.
Fair enough.
That's my opinion.
So if I hear what you're saying, Joe, is at least add making the public aware and making council aware of what's even being developed out there. Because today, we don't find out unless we drive by and we see.
I'd be fine with, communication. And again, confirmation that everything is meets the standards and meets the codes.
I think like in the city of Atlanta, don't they have to post a big sign up, building permit issued or applied for?
It's got to go through the whole neighborhood planning process in Atlanta.
But I'm just saying, just that
So the neighbors.
kind of like a rezoning sign, but at least people know what's coming.
A lot of times where you see that is where there has been, for instance, a particular sort of concept plan that traveled with the zoning, and then so they wouldn't have, if they're going to build consistent with that, then that's fine. There's no further review needed. But if they're going to do something different, even if it's allowed by the zoning, but it's fundamentally different or substantively different than the zoning, they have to come back for another review simply to provide, for instance, the elected officials another opportunity to at least look at it. But even in that situation, to the mayor's point, once they meet the performance standards of the particular zoning, there's not a great deal of latitude left.
It's a false sense of security.
I think you're going to cause
and
more
sometimes it can put the council or the governing authority in the position of the citizens saying, stop this, and there's no ability to stop
You may
it.
cause more frustration from the citizens if, hey, come look at this, but if it already meets the requirements, we can't make any changes.
Okay, so do we have, is there some consensus built around the idea that if we are going to enhance the agricultural standard, that we should apply it in the entirety of the district? Or do we have consensus built around a larger acreage and bigger, or do we not have consensus on that point?
I would say more, I prefer more the larger, the 20 acres and over. Again, some of the smaller ones, call them mom and pop developments or whatever. Again, we get to too much government.
I still think the
Anybody else?
subdivision entrance should be consistent.
I think
with
there's
all
some
of them.
things that you can perhaps apply to it across the board, and others that may not make sense
Do you
physically.
know which one?
I agree with some of that entrance, the entrance.
Well, you're talking about the
sections.
view shed, I guess, in general terms, and everything that's within the view shed, the entrances, and you name it. Utilities, I guess.
Are you?
To the
I could
extent
go-
that we could influence utilities.
If we put in, here's my bulleted, Karen, you and I are going to understand this one real quick. My bulleted brain kicking in. If we were to say that there are 1, 2, 3, well, no, 3 makes sense. 1, 2, there's 3 really things here that are enhancements. One is an increased view shed. One is require a rural style entrance to the subdivision, and the third being a requirement 10% of green space. Am I hearing that you all like the idea of increasing the rural view shed and requiring and changing the entrance sign, but haven't gotten? What do you think about what do you think about the requirement for green space?
If I may, I think we're getting ahead of ourselves. I'd rather hear public comment before we start giving direction to staff. I appreciate where you're going on this as we're thinking about it, but I'm trying to formulate all this, and I just want to see that we, I agree with everything that we're saying, but I just want to make sure that we hear.
I certainly can. I was just trying to find consistent points, but I'll defer to the mayor as to.
Yeah, we can get to a point where we can take public comment and we can discuss it afterwards.
Right.
Are we at a point with
One of the things,
presentation that we could, with the AG1 enhance, that we can, I won't say done, but
Yeah,
the presentation, and
unless there are any questions,
then we could go back and take some public comment. Yeah, I think sometimes we have to be careful. Something sounds good on paper, but then in real life, you get to a smaller development, you have all the same requirements. All of a sudden, it makes some really small lots, or really have some unintended consequences.
I've still got just a couple of questions more on the conservation subdivision ordinance, if it's appropriate to go ahead and clear those. Section 50-144, page 11. The minimum allowable size for a buildable lot is 10,890 square feet, quarter acre. In some of the past drafts and meetings we've talked about, a percentage of lots being X and this, that, and the other. Is that not contemplated anymore? Being X amount of lots percentage-wise at this size and X greater than that? Or could we potentially have something that is all quarter acre lots?
In my draft last week, Councilman Hewitt, I still had the 33% limit in it. We kind of came to a conclusion that if we were raising the minimum lot size to a quarter of an acre in the interest of flexibility for the development, remove that limit.
Okay. So what it said, Councilman, is it said the minimum allowable size for a buildable lot is 10,890 square feet, and then it went on to say that 33% of those had to be at least 11,000 square feet. So it just seemed as though if 11,000 was the new absolute minimum, that there wasn't that 33% of them needed to be at least 11,000 square feet, and others could be smaller. Now that we're saying the minimum size is 10,890,
So close.
the difference between 10,890 and 11,000 is 120 square feet. So it just seemed as though it was once this number went up, it didn't seem to make sense.
So a minimum of a quarter acre, it could
There was that, again, and there was that 33% requirement that was traveling with the draft when there could have been lots that were smaller than 11,000 square feet.
So now you can have the whole neighborhood can be 10,890 square feet.
Or you could say that, 33% of them, or you could craft something that was different than that, but where it was.
As it is now, though.
That's right.
And then, I think Bill brought this up, talking about page 15, the landscape, that's point 8, landscape stormwater management facilities, non-structural stormwater management. No, I'm sorry, that was already answered. Going down to number 9, talking about the individual community wastewater treatment systems and their associated drain fields when located on soils particularly suited to such usage, that such facilities shall be located outside any primary conservation areas. I'm assuming that's referring to below grade type of things. We don't, or is that below grade and above grade? So the drain fields or any structures that are above grade necessary for those operations?
I think the intent is to exclude any structure above grade or below grade from being in those primary conservation areas, because they are things like those areas.
But they're allowed in secondary conservation.
That's correct.
You could have your
Above
farmhouse.
grade and below grade.
That would be correct.
That's the way I've got it.
If you go to page 16, and you go to subsection A, C, the HOA will execute legally enforceable permanent conservation easement for the platted green space as described in subsection B below. Is B really meaning B, the one right below it, or is it meaning D?
We got too many A's and B's in here, you're correct. B means the title, legal instrument for permanent protection. It's that B it's referring to, I believe.
So
Not
guess-
the B2 below.
Not the immediate B that says dedication of legally described platted green space.
Okay.
It's B, entitled B, legal instrument for permanent protection.
Okay.
I think that's
Good catch.
what it was related to.
I think technically you're supposed to go, numbers and letters and
It's
then
like
Roman
outline.
numeral things?
It's
Yeah.
like we were taught in
Right.
outline, yes. Alternating between letters and numbers.
And we'll talk about wastewater a little bit later, but the last thing on page, maybe the last thing. Okay, I got 2 more things. On page 19, the mays and the shalls, if you look at B, the last sentence there, the tree safe buffer may be required along the perimeter boundary of the conservation subdivision for any of the following purposes. That's one of those where I think it should be shall versus may, just my opinion. And then if you go to page 20, the last point, G, all buffers 50 feet or greater in width may count towards the required green space of the basic conservation subdivision or the requirement for green space within estate lots. I think it would be better suited if it said anything greater than 50 feet can be counted towards that versus the entire 50 feet. So you're getting a bonus if your buffer's above 50 feet, but it's going to at least need to be minimum 50 feet to just barely meet the requirement. Does that make any sense?
Makes some sense to me.
No, that's all I had for now.
The only thing I would comment different from that on the shall versus may on the tree safe buffer is, we've run into in the past, our intent is, you see some of these, developments that have the rural equestrian look, well, that you're going to eliminate that by that, because, as in the enhanced AG1, we talked about you can have the agricultural use, which,
May I follow up?
Sure.
I want to, Mr. Hewitt, but your point was that the entire width of that buffer would count toward the green space?
No,
If it were.
I'm saying that
merely-
anything above 50 feet
So
would count
merely
towards the
what was
50
larger
plus.
than 50. So it's not a matter of, well, I'll do 60 feet and let it all count.
10 feet of that if it's 60.
I got you. Thank you. Just want to make sure.
Bill?
I'll go back on wastewater here, page 17. second line, the end of the second line, served by either an on-site septic system or by a community wastewater treatment system. I guess it goes into definition of terms here. An on-site septic system, that doesn't preclude using an off-site drain field, does it?
Well, I would hope it wouldn't exclude it. I'm not sure.
Depends on what the site is.
And again, we're in paragraph A.
Yes,
C,
right.
yeah.
You know, I'm still not following the problematic language. Which is the phrase that's
The phrase starts at the end of the second line, served by either an on-site septic system
or by community
or
wastewater
by community
treatment.
wastewater. It's the on-site septic term there that implies that the entire septic system, including the drain fields, is on-site, on the building site.
Right. Well,
So-
part of the state of Georgia defines on-site septic system as what we all consider septic. It's all on one track.
Right.
So maybe I haven't used that term effectively or defined it, but that's why I've tried to be consistent using that.
Mm-hmm.
And you're right, that would not include a septic, the variation of septic that has a drain field extending out with some easement around it.
Right.
So maybe we ought to add that as an option.
You think, for example, like
Just
up by
to be-
Birmingham Crossroads, if you've got a treatment facility that other could feed into?
No. I think specifically where you have an on-site septic tank, then you have an off-site
Drain field.
field, which would be in the secondary.
Oh, but offsite as in not on the lot.
Right.
Now,
But still.
Talking to
still
building
within
sites.
the-
Off of
yeah.
the lot that's owned.
Right.
as far as the community wastewater treatment system, what's to keep other adjacent neighborhoods from attaching to that same community treatment system? Or is it okay for them to, excuse me, attach to that same community wastewater treatment system as long as they still maintain the 1 acre lots that they are zoned for?
I think you've asked a question that probably is answerable two different ways. One from a is it allowed, and then two is from a is it possible? Because, from a is it possible standpoint, I think we'll hear from people tonight that says it's possible. Whether it's allowed is something that I think would be driven as a policy matter of the council. So if you'd like to move, are we to the point we've got a lot of people here that represent the industry. And are you to a point you want to start to kind of have a wastewater discussion? Or are you to a point you want to hear public comment?
Do we think that public comment would be affected by the wastewater, or that would be positive to have that presentation first before folks speak?
And I think what we kind of envision is really more of a roundtable discussion. I was going to let Carter maybe make a quick early on presentation, then introduce the people that are here and kind of give a little background of what they do that thankfully have joined us tonight and represent different aspects of the industry. So we are very interested in what questions you have, but we wanted to try to get as many of the right answerers in the room as we could. So if you're good with that, maybe I could let Carter make a quick presentation on some of the research we've done and then who's here. And does that work for the council?
If council's okay with it, because I'm fine with that. That way, public comment may, answer some questions or initiate some more questions.
Okay, thanks. Well, what we've tried to do tonight is get a good cross-section of the industry here to try and answer any questions you had on the community septic systems and how that would work under the Conservation Subdivision Ordinance. To introduce the group that's here, and I'll just have them come up and sit at the table here to facilitate the discussion a little bit better. But Andy Lovejoy here is a professional engineer. He's with Civil Engineering Consultants. He operates and designs in the fields of wastewater and water infrastructure and serves as the city engineer for the city of Cumming. Charlie Evans is with Environmental Management Services. They're an operator of these systems, and they provide operations consultants and laboratory services for more than 100 clients throughout North Georgia. They are experts in the privately owned utilities, and they operate the system that serves the publics and the corners of Birmingham and Birmingham. Mike Sams is the project manager. He's here with them too tonight. And then John McDonald is with Integra Water. They're a firm that operates public-private partnerships for infrastructure, and he's here also tonight to answer some questions. And I also see Sam Asadi over there. Dr. Asadi is a principal with Geosciences Engineering, and he's an expert in soils and soil sciences. So we have a pretty good cross-section. I see nobody has taken me up on my offer to come up to the table to answer those questions, but but we're here to try to kind of work through any issues and concerns that we may have. One of the things I'd like to point out is the systems as they are contemplated within the current conservation subdivision ordinances are systems that are already allowed within the city of Milton. So it's not new science that we're introducing to the city. We do have one system that operates on the lot adjacent to the Publix up at Birmingham and Birmingham, and serves at least 3 corners of that intersection, including the proposed residential component that'll come in on the southeast corner. We've talked to a number of jurisdictions who also operate these systems, and I think what we've heard from most of them is the systems do function. There's no one-size-fits-all. There's a number of different technologies out there that may be applicable to various developments, various size developments. So I don't think there's any one thing that we can point to that says this is the correct technology for all of the subdivisions that would be contemplated within the city of Milton. The critical thing that we heard from all of them was these systems need to be designed, installed, and maintained appropriately. Anytime you lose one of those legs, the systems have a propensity to fail. And I think that's true with anything. I don't want to make that sound like it's just these types of systems, but I think anything that we deal with, if you don't design and install it and maintain it properly, it's going to have a tendency to fail. And one of the discussions and one of the things I think that we wanted to get out of this tonight was really a discussion on the level of risk that the city is willing to absorb in the future. Obviously, the more risk, the more involvement we have with these systems, the greater the ability we have to make sure that all 3 of those components are taken care of appropriately, and the greater opportunity for success of these systems in the long term. And so that really needs to be part of the discussion. You can go from one extreme, the extreme being that you can have a complete hands-off approach and let the regulatory system that is currently in place deal with these systems. And so the technology exists and the technology is permittable today. I think we've tried to establish a threshold of these systems where we would get the regulatory authority to the state above the county level and let the state deal with the regulations and permitting of these systems and monitoring of these systems. So you can take that totally hands-off approach and the systems would operate as well as they're maintained. The other levels would be we could act as a trustee. We could go all the way up to an owner or an operator of these types of systems. And I think what we've done tonight is try to bring a little cross-section of all of these people to kind of discuss some of the pros and cons and answer any questions that you have regarding those different levels and what it may mean for the city both in the near term and the long term. So with that, I think any or all of us would be glad to answer any questions that you may have on the systems.
So maybe we open it up. Just thank you guys for being here. You've heard some of a little bit of conversation and questions, but maybe we'll open it up, and if council's got any specific questions, and then whoever feels, everybody can answer, or whoever's comfortable in that. So, Bill?
Maybe if you would, and thanks for coming here. Introduce yourselves and tell us what area of expertise you have in the field of wastewater treatment.
I'm John McDonald with Integra Water. It's a private utility company. We serve a population of over 100,000 people in the southeast U.S., so we run everything from public-private partnerships to completely private plants.
I'm Charlie Evans with Environmental Management Services. We're a contract operations and laboratory entity that also does some consulting work. We're the operator of the facility there at the Publix at Birmingham and Birmingham. We provide with sister companies some trustee services, so we're familiar with how that process works. And we normally specialize in the operation of traditionally private utilities. So the type of conservation subdivisions that you guys are looking at is exactly something that we're familiar with.
My name is Andy Lovejoy. I'm with Civil Engineering Consultants. We've served as a city engineer for City of Cumming since 1986. We've done all their water and sewer work since then, including designing their 8 MGD, million gallons per day, water or wastewater treatment plant. We've designed several wastewater treatment plants for private developers throughout the Atlanta area and beyond. Charlie Evans actually operates many of them, and including we've designed Windermere, Georgia Tech Club, Chastity, Sun City Peachtree, the first Reynolds Plantation Treatment Facility, and a few others. So, but we've
Dr. Sadi's down at the
I'm
end.
Sadi. I'm a geosciences engineering. I've been dealing with wastewater and soil since 1988. I've dealt with all kind of waste treatment system, from individual septic system to community system to the LAS. It's called an application system through the EPD. I've investigated the soil and designed the system. So any question you have got, I'm here to provide for you.
Okay. Thank you all for being here. Bill?
Can I make one point?
Oh,
quick?
sure.
Just one of the things you were talking about earlier before we all stood up. You were making a comment about the on-site septic system versus community septic or community wastewater treatment system. The on-site septic system, that kind of indicates septic system on-site, including the drain field. That's all kind of on one piece of property, whereas community wastewater treatment system is on a separate parcel that serves multiple parcels. So I think that maybe that's some confusion when we were discussing some questions and comments about that. So I just want to clarify that.
Okay.
More community property.
Correct.
Right.
Also, in terms of permitting, if it's 10,000 gallon or less, it has been the health department jurisdiction. Between 10,000 to 150,000 gallon a day, the EPD they take jurisdiction over permitting. And they have got a permitting already in place. It's a general permit that you could basically the permit is written for systems that are between 10,000 and 150,000 gallon a day, provided you're qualified to fall under that. That has got a certain requirement that you have to meet to fall under that general permit. Now, if you decided not to go general permit, you could go with the land application permit, individual permit that has got another requirement. In terms of the soil investigation, also is different type of soil investigation. If you go through the health department, you go through general permit, or go through the individual permit. They have got 3 different soil investigation requirements. Now, you mentioned about the city taking over the maintenance and trust and venture. The EPD, they prefer for the city to do that. As a matter of fact, when you apply for, they want you to bring a letter from the city, the county, indicating that they are not interested in maintaining. If you bring that, then they would entertain a private company like Charlie coming in and doing the maintenance and be the trustee for the system. But they would like to have the city, the municipality taking over, be the trustee and be responsible for.
Just a general question, but there have been some that said that soils in Georgia don't allow for community septic because of volume.
That's another requirement. The community system, the requirement for the soil is more stringent than the health department. For example, the health department, if you have a drain field, you could have 7 feet center to center. That's the distance between the drain line. If you go general permit requires minimum 9 feet, so that increases the amount of land that you would require. Also, you have to have 3 feet separation to groundwater or rock. The health department, you could have a soil that has got 2 feet to rock. Say the line, the drain field, they go at 24 inches. So you have to have minimum 4 feet of soil to be able to have a drain field. Now the EPD, they require 3 feet separation. So that requires basically more stringent requirement in terms of the soil. So some of the soil that you could put in a drain field, you could put individual septic system, you will not be able to put a community system. Now unless you go to the direct emitter system. Now the type of a system also, it makes a difference. The community system, you could have a drain field just like a big septic system. That is more stringent because you have to have 3 feet to rock or water table. If you don't do that, then you got to go to a direct emitter system that you put the line at 8-10 inches and irrigate under the surface, basically.
That's what Serenbe has, is that correct?
The Serenbe, they have got a wetland system, constructed wetland, and then they have got a sand filter that the water from the constructed wetland goes through the sand filter and then goes to the direct emitter system, yes.
On systems over 10,000
gallons.
What's your experience on the length of time that it takes to permit a system like that?
Okay, the permit usually 2 or 3 months. The permit is already written. So you send the notice of intent to the EPD, to the state, and they have put that general permit, put the burden on the engineer. As an engineer, you design and you submit, and certify that the system is designed according to general permit requirement. Then the EPD basically, that notice of intent and the soil investigation and all the supporting document, when it's submitted, then they can carry with it, you have got the permit. Usually 2 or 3 months.
Andy, when you permitted the residential component up at Birmingham and Birmingham, that was determined to be no review by EPD.
Correct.
How long did that process take?
2 weeks. Yeah. EPD has gotten less, the staff down at EPD, there's less people there. And so when it's privately owned and privately funded, EPD has taken the stand where they can choose to review or not to review. And a lot of the projects that I've turned in recently, they've just chosen not to review.
You Karen, I think that went to your question about using existing systems that may be out there and the ability to tie into those systems. Provided that and you guys can check me, but provided that the system is permitted for the capacity of those additional lots, it is possible, and the owner and operator agree to accept that additional wastewater. It is possible to combine or allow for adjacent properties to tie into these systems.
I guess the comments have been the fact that it's going to allow smaller lots throughout Milton, but realistically, anyone that tied into it would have to comply with either the conservation subdivision ordinance themselves or with our AG1 themselves, so it'd have to be a 1 acre lot. So it's not going to just simply allow small lots to go up near these things without going through
That's right.
a rezoning or a conservation subdivision or something, correct?
I would submit that you would actually encourage that because the really small systems tend to end up, if they fail, they end up sort of orphans. And a lot of the utilities, the rate-regulated states, for example, there will be systems of 20, 30, 40 homes that have been given to a HOA or somebody. They don't know how to run it. They don't have the funds to maintain it, and then it can fail, and then you will find that the private utilities won't take the small systems. Matter of fact, I was in Nashville earlier this week talking with the TRA, the Tennessee Regulatory Authority, and we were talking about failed systems. They said, yeah, we've got a list. You want some with 20 or 30 or 40 units? And we said, no. We're not interested in the small systems.
I guess the key is to make sure that we don't use this as a way to increase the density and allow smaller lots throughout, just because they have the capability of attaching to the settlements.
I'm sorry. From my perspective, too, it raises 2 issues that at least have been somewhat addressed. And one of those, I forget who said it, but someone talked about mitigating the risk with respect to these systems. So if there was a construct where the systems are allowed to be here and then they're allowed to be expanded by additional developments tying onto them, it raises the issue of, number one,
the risk mitigation. For instance, if that's some sort of a financial instrument, what happens then if it begins to be used by other developments? And then number two, what it means with respect to if the city, for instance, was the trustee. Because obviously, as the more customers that you tie onto the system, the more load that's on the system. Therefore, there's always the more risk of sort of a failure. And then, of course, the city gets involved to the extent that our trustee obligations are implicated.
But I'd submit here that you wouldn't increase the volume on a system that was designed to a certain capacity.
That's exactly correct. But and I agree. The only thought is, though, is that the ability to expand would probably drive the design. If it can only be as a matter of law, meaning ordinance, to accommodate a particular development, I would assume there would be no additional capacity built into the system on the front end.
I think where I was coming from, for so long, the one thing that we had that kept Milton with its large lots was the fact that we had no sewer. And there's been a lot of concern that if we started allowing these kind of community septics and people could tie onto them, that automatically smaller lots would be coming. The truth of the matter is they would still be zoned AG1. They'd still have to be the 1 acre lots, and they could not automatically get something much smaller than that just because they have access to sewer.
That is correct.
Yeah, and I'll add one thing to that. The facility that we operate with the public system at Birmingham and Birmingham is sort of a unique system. This is not what you would see with typical residential development, because this wastewater plant was designed extremely conservatively by the engineer. We just have never seen the flow rates coming through that facility that we expected. And there's some desirable land in the area, and we ran a bunch of calculations to say that this facility is significantly underutilized, and we did have the opportunity to sell the capacity to another developer. If a developer comes in to build a residential subdivision, they're not going to build anything $1 more expensive than they have to be able to meet the treatment needs of that community. So from a practical standpoint, the only way that you'd have multiple developments tying into a system is if all of that legwork were done ahead of time to where there was an agreement between multiple developments, because you're simply not going to have that amount of surplus capacity available in a private system if it's designed for residential.
Which actually would be a good thing if you had 2 or 3 conservation subdivisions wanting to tie together and have one.
You get more economies of scale.
That's correct. You get economies of scale, and my firm operates a number of systems that are located within large subdivisions but have multiple other subdivisions that tie into them, and that just becomes a matter of the regulations that you guys want to run and then an agreement between all the developers as to how that will work out.
Not only do you get economies of scale, from the city's perspective, if you guys are looking at trust indentures, you get financial viability too. The larger the system is, the more economies of scale you gain, the easier it is to run from a financial perspective, should you have to take it over.
Carter, speaking of that, Carter, maybe what we've discussed with as far as taking over and the intent, putting any liability on the city, the taxpayers, of course, I don't think anybody's in favor of that, but kind of run through the process that you've checked other jurisdictions and what ultimately has happened.
It's gone both ways. I mean, we've seen some down, for instance, near the city of Noonan. They operate a number of these systems, all the way up to Forsyth County, who has kind of gone through the gamut to where they allowed these systems early on, and they operated under private entities. Weren't very well maintained. The systems had problems, and ultimately the county took them over. So I think you kind of look at the front end about what's the experience of these other jurisdictions have been. And ultimately what we found is the ones that operated for a longer period of time and with the least amount of trouble are those that were owned and or operated by the municipalities themselves. When we talk about the operation ownership component of it, for us, we're not certified wastewater operators. So it would be more along the lines of some sort of public-private partnership, similar to what we do with Safe Built, where we would partner with an operator to run these things if that's where this process went. I think the larger the system, the more opportunity you probably have for a private entity and a private subdivision to operate these things. But when we start talking about these smaller subdivisions, the 20 acres, the 30 acres, 40 acres, those types of developments probably would have more difficulty operating these systems in the long term. and more difficulty probably finding operators that are willing to take them over in case whoever they had chosen to begin with were working them. So as I mentioned earlier, one of the things we really wanted to try and get out of this process tonight was what level of risk the council was really wanting us to look at, and how far into that process we really wanted to go. So,
Mayor, one of the things, if you just wouldn't mind, that I've been working with Carter in this whole review process. One of the things I would feel bad if I didn't say it tonight that does cause me concern for the future is that if you look at the case study of Forsyth County and what has happened, as Carter described this circle, they did start years ago by taking kind of a hands-off approach, saying, even if we got to that point of saying, gosh, we want arm's length, we want to be hands-off, over the course of a little bit more than a decade, to talk to their public works director, who's been around for the entirety of that decade, they now are in the position that they have taken over many systems. And the reason they have taken over many systems and the solution that they've had in most of them is to have somebody pay a just north of $5,000 tap fee and connect to sanitary sewer. The concern, and I've just got to say it so that I've said it, is that we don't have that golden parachute. So we don't have the sanitary sewer option if the community system were to fail. And that was the largest thing I think that we heard from Tim Perkins in Forsyth County was just be aware that you don't have the same backup plan that we had or have in Forsyth County.
And I think to that point, it's, anything can be done. And obviously, and I'm sure technology is getting better and different systems and maintenance and whatnot. So the likelihood may be less and less they'll fail, but there is a liability. And we as a city have to decide, does that liability lie solely on the homeowners in that development? Granted, from a public safety perspective, we probably would have to jump in if they couldn't, if there was a financial issue or whatever. So as a city, we have to, I certainly don't want to take on any more liability than we need to, but, if the council agrees, if we're going to move forward with conservation subdivisions, there may be a level at some point where we're realizing we're going to be taking a little bit of liability on, but we just have to weigh it with the value to the community and so make that balance. So hopefully as time goes on, the liability will be less and less as, if systems are put in good, like I'm sure you guys do, and maintain them. But, we're always going to have some a little bit of unknown liability out there. Rick?
Carter, we had talked a little bit about how you foresee the process going. If we pass a conservation subdivision ordinance, what would you see as far as the review process, what you would be requiring, what we would be requiring, as far as engineered plans, that type of, and then contracted services? What do you see to, I guess, weigh it in our favor? Let's assume that they're built right. Like we said, you have to have the three-legged stool. You build it right, you maintain it, it's designed right. Can you talk a little bit about how you see that working in your department if we go down the path?
Well, I think part of that depends on the level of involvement that we want to have. I mean, ideally, we would probably be involved in the front end rather than coming in on the back end when there are issues with the system. If you look at it from a trustee standpoint all the way up to an owner-operator kind of standpoint, I would think that we would want to have some level of pre-qualification on the engineers to ensure that the design components are being done appropriately. Ultimately, that regulatory authority lies with the EPD, but certainly we could dictate the design components of that. And then we would probably look at a number of different technologies based on the various sizes of the systems. If we were into the operations component of it, I would envision that to be more of a public-private partnership that we would have with an operator. I guess you could have multiple operators in that, but that we would take advantage of kind of the economy of scale of the whole system, so that even the smaller systems that may not be desirable for a single operator, when wrapped into an overall system, they become a little bit more attractive. And then that operator, we would probably have a number of different technologies that we would limit it to, so that it is set up for one particular operator to deal with all of the systems that we may have in the city. We've had some of those discussions with EBD too, just to ensure that we would have some level of authority in doing that type of activity. And at this point, they seem to be on board with that. Ultimately, they do have the regulatory authority, and the reporting authority would also be through them, but we could add on additional regulations to that. You know, the balance is, how do you do that and still make the systems attractive? And you can overregulate the thing to the point where nobody would ever want to do it. And I think that's probably the balance that we would have to look at if we got to the point where we really wanted to get that far into the design of the program and the systems, that we would look at both the surrounding jurisdictions and the industry to kind of help us work our way through that process. But the more onerous that we make it on the front end, obviously the less risk we inherit, and I certainly like that.
Right, of course, you're an engineer. There must be a lot of cases out there, other jurisdictions or jurisdictions that you've worked in that permit or allow individual community systems like this. And maybe you can comment on some of your experiences with them, how they handle the liability portion of it.
We designed a large plant for John Wheeler Homes and excuse me, Newland Communities in South Hall County. Charlie actually operated it then, and he continues to operate it now. We built it for John Wheeler Homes and Newland Communities, a fairly large system. Hall County bought it a few years later, and they had no sewer system in that part of the county. Now they had a viable system after a few years of continuous operation, and it works pretty well, and then Charlie continues to operate it for Hall County. So they went from having no system to having a system. And we permitted it through EPD. I'm not sure, Hall County didn't really have involvement. This is like around 2000, 2002. So Hall County didn't really have too much involvement at the time. But we permitted it through EPD, and then I guess 2006 is when Hall County purchased it.
And are you still operating it, or is
We
it
are.
county?
We are.
You are.
Yeah, we're a contract operator for the county. You know, let me sort of tangentially answer that question. I think one of the big things that needs to be decided is how involved Milton wants to be in the process. And from the way I see it, there are three ways to approach it. One is to have a completely hands-off process, maybe beef up some of the requirements that you guys are putting in here, but so that there's a little bit more. You know, EPD is pretty lax in terms of their permitting. I will absolutely admit that. And they have let some pretty poor designs through because they're frankly short-staffed, as Andy mentioned. I do think it would behoove the city to put in some of their own standards in there as a minimum, like Carter suggested. And that would be nothing more than just putting in some standards that the engineers would have to follow. However, because these are all going to be privately owned systems, there has to be a trustee. There has to be a third-party, impartial entity that steps in and says, in the event that the owner of this system can't take care of it, walks, goes bankrupt, whatever, this third-party entity will step in and on into the future will operate the system. They will be legally responsible for the ownership and maintenance of that system. So I think that's one of the big questions for y'all to ask is do you want to be in the business of being that trustee, which will then allow you to set whatever standards you want. We have a sister company that acts as a trustee, and we provide the trustee services on a very limited basis. We make a decision based upon who was the engineer. Let's look at the plans, let's look at the construction, and we tell people that are starting out, if you want us to be the trustee for this project, you have to abide by X, Y, and Z. Plus, we also require the owner of the system to put up a bond worth of 3 years operating expenses. So, and that has to be renewed every year. So that way, in case the private ownership goes bankrupt or whatever, we've got 3 years of cash on hand to facilitate continuing operations of the system. I think there's a great deal of flexibility that being trustee will provide, and one of those is that EPD, I think this point was brought up at one of the previous community meetings that I attended a couple months ago. EPD has a standard for who's going to be the trustee, but it's not a very tough standard. They prefer for the local municipality to be the trustee because it's a solid organization. City of Milton's not going anywhere. Yeah, so but there are
in some cases, individuals who are trustees, or companies, or, EPD will allow a wide variety of people to be the trustee. My recommendation would be for the city of Milton to certainly look hard at being the trustee. You do have the legal liability if a system completely fails of taking over and being responsible for that system. But as trustee, you get to set up all the standards for how that system is designed, built, and maintained. And so the trustee does have the legal authority to step in, view the system, demand copies of the records, review the operation of the system and the maintenance. So, but you're not owning it. You're not responsible for it. You're not responsible for staffing it. It's still privately owned. You just have the ability to come in and look at that system and make sure that it's being run properly. I don't know that it makes much sense at this time for the city of Milton to be in an ownership standpoint, because that gets a lot more complicated if you're going to be owning and maintaining and setting up contracts or dealing with employees. It seems to me that the trustee obligation would be a good middle ground so that there's flexibility and oversight as to what type systems go in, but you don't have to set up your own utility department to do that.
Some questions. You know what, let me, if you guys don't mind, kind of break here for 1 second. And certainly we'll have several more questions and everything, but we've been here about 3 hours and we've got a lot of public here and folks are starting to have to leave. So if the council's okay, if we can kind of take just a break and listen to public comment, give folks, because like I say, we've been here 3 hours and seeing people start to have to leave. So you guys okay if we public comments now? Chris?
Feel free to sit back.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Just take a little bit of, because there may be some questions come up, but yeah, I'm not
open that
trying to run anybody off. But
Not sure if these folks have to leave or not, but I had a question for the doctors.
okay, we'll have a question, and if you guys don't mind staying.
Go ahead. Well, we're talking about risk for these communities.
Yes, yeah, I'm just essence of the suburb.
And probably, 90% of the city is on septic. In your years of experience, what's been the record or experience of individual systems as far as performance, installation, monitoring, failure?
Right. Well, from my own work, I can tell you from 88, I've been doing this. I've never had a single failure, okay, for the last 25 years. And I've done thousands of acres of the subdivision soil work and designed the system. I've seen community system failure, badly failure. Now, those are, I can specifically tell you there was one on Highway 75. It was a pilot station that they had a direct emitter system. Direct emitter system, 3 acres, it just failed miserably. And what they did, I had to take them through the EPD and get them an individual permit for spray irrigation, because the people who installed the drip system, they said, well, the technology was old, I've got a new technology. The pilot told them that, okay, what is the warranty for this one? They say 1 year. Well, after 1 year, you may have a new technology there. So there has been some failure. There are failure also for individual septic system, but those are the ones that they were not investigated properly. They are old because it used to be practiced in the past. You would dig a hole in the middle of the summer near a creek with the soil would perk. You would get a pass. When the winter comes, the groundwater rises, you would have a failure. So one thing about this individual septic system, and I investigate the soil in both, so it doesn't make any difference for me in terms of my work. But the individual septic system, they don't require as much maintenance as the community system would have. The community system, you're going to have to install monitoring well. You have to monitor those wells for groundwater. What about if not shows up in groundwater? Then the EPD, they're going to basically come on you and say, you're going to have to remediate groundwater. What is the solution for? So these are the things that it would require, the community system would require continuous maintenance. And the septic system, once you install it, the individual home septic system is there. And I've seen system for 30, 40 years that work no problem. Some of them, as a matter of fact, they are over designed. If you go and look at, you will see that, say 400 feet of line, you will see that only the first 100 or 200 feet of line has been taking water for 20 years. The last two lines would be dry. So it's a pretty good margin of safety incorporated into. Now, with the community system also, they require to have a backup system, just like individual septic system. You have to have two systems. So from that standpoint, you got that margin of safety.
Had a report here evaluating the influence of septic systems and watershed characteristics. You familiar with that report?
I've read about it. I've not seen it.
It does, and this study was done in Gwinnett County a couple years ago, as a matter of fact, and it does point out not necessarily the failure of systems, but those systems that may have been installed incorrectly and polluting groundwater and mainly surface water, I guess.
Exactly.
Creeks and ponds.
Well, polluting groundwater, there is more groundwater pollution from agriculture. If you go to South Georgia, every well you sample it, you're going to have some nitrate in it.
Right.
So from septic system, I have, in the last 25 years, I have yet to see somebody coming and making a complaint that my well has been contaminated. And usually in rural areas, they would have the well. And I have not seen somebody complaining about groundwater being contaminated as long as you stay at 100 feet away from it. That is the requirement. So there are a lot of allegations. Let me tell you, I'm also an engineer. Some of my engineering colleagues, because these big treatment plants, it requires a lot of equipment, a lot of design. Okay, they would have the tendency to go that route. Now, I'm not saying that the community system is not a good system. Its community system has got its place. But community system came about when you could reduce your lot size, you increase the density. So you could basically, you say you got a parcel of land, 100 acres, 80 acres of it is bad soil, it doesn't bear. You basically, you use that 20 acre for a community system, but you increase your density on the 80 acres to recoup the cost. And if you stay with 1 acre minimum lot size and still require a community system, I'm not sure how that's going to work. But that's not for me to. That's a question for me.
Mr. Luss, to your point, I think that the state of Georgia has a poorly thought out plan when systems fail. I mean, to Charlie's point as well, there really isn't one. So if the city decides to take on trusteeship, I mean, from the point of view of a private utility, I would encourage y'all to have a few standards in place which you might want to think about. Perhaps a minimum system size. Again, the small systems are the ones that tend to get in trouble because they're turned over to an HOA or somebody as such. And not that Charlie wouldn't do a fabulous job maintaining the systems, but in 25 years when you have major repair and replacements, you're going to get a $15,000, $20,000 per house assessment. If Charlie doesn't get paid, he can't maintain it. So the small systems end up being financially non-viable long-term potentially. So I'd encourage you to have a minimum size, perhaps 100 units, I don't know. That tends to be our minimum is 100 to 150 units. Again, I'd encourage y'all to have a set of specs that has to be adhered to, reviewed by a professional engineer. And then on the ownership side, I obviously think private utilities are a viable option, but I would encourage y'all to either look at private utilities or the city. HOAs, again, mean well, but they really don't know how to maintain these systems well, and there can be infighting, on capital improvements and such. And then developers in all the rate-regulated states, the rate regulatory bodies discourage developers from owning them because they will install as cheap as they can and get out as fast as they can and push it off on the HOA, and the HOA is ill-prepared to maintain these things. So.
But that's covered by our own in-house regulations or standards too. Then.
It would, but I mean, a lot of these things fail because they're not maintained. We see most of them failing because they're just not maintained well. And again, not that, there's not fantastic people in that industry, but those people cost money, and the homeowners want cheaper rates, so they may find somebody the cheapest option, not necessarily the best option. So you can end up with a system that ends up failing just because it's not properly maintained. And then I would encourage y'all.
That's true with anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
An automobile.
Sure. And then one other thing that hadn't been mentioned is if you guys do take trustee, I would encourage you to have a performance bond to make sure the system's built all the way out. Because I have seen systems, especially in the last 6, 8, 10 years, they get halfway built, there's 10 homes on them, and developer goes bankrupt, and everybody's looking around saying, who's going to finish? So.
I think it would be a good idea if you talk to Noonan Utilities, because they started basically a company called Innovative Wastewater Solution before the economy slowed down. And their objective was to basically have a lot of private development, that their utility company, they go out of the county, Quito County, go out of that county and take over some of these or maintain some of these. And one of the first systems that is subdivision that has got a community system is Blaylock Lake in the city of Noonan. And it's causes development. Right. That's the one that one of the first systems that they were involved in, they installed it. And they have a few commercial systems that they have installed. Serembi would be another example of it. And of course, Charlie has got a bunch of them that it would be good to study these and see what is the pros and cons. And
we have been in contact with the city of Noonan too, just to let you know. And talking with them, one of the smallest systems they have is 72 lots. It's been in operations for about 10 years. They've looked at systems as small as 42 lots. So they do have kind of a wide variety down there, and we have been talking with them.
So they're actually the operator?
They are, on some of them, not on all of them.
All right, my intent was, and I know we still, if you guys don't mind, waiting around a few more minutes, because we still might have some questions, but out of respect to the public that's been here for 3 hours, I'd like to give them an opportunity to speak in case some of them would have to leave, if that's all right with council. So, Sudi,
Mayor, just so we can help you, I know there's been some questions to manage through the public comments. Do you have any guidance you want to give us to help you manage through the time of it?
I'll start out. Sudi, how many public comment cards do we have?
We have 7, and then I have 4 to read.
Okay, that's not
many.
many. So, well, we're going to have
we got some more.
So, what I would say, I would certainly want to give everybody an opportunity to speak. I want to hear from you. Typically, we give 2 minutes. If you need 2 minutes, fine. But if you're going to say the same thing that maybe somebody before you said, out of respect for time, if maybe you just state your name and address, your position, and you agree with so and so and whatnot, and just try to keep it to the minimum to get your point across. And if we need a little bit more time, we can. I'm sure the council will allow that.
And just a gentle reminder to state your name and address.
State name and address for the record.
And our first public comment is Tony Altita.
Okay. My name is Tony Otita. I live at 325 Taylor Glen Drive in the Taylor Glen subdivision off Taylor Road. And we've lived here for 7 years now. We relocated, I guess, in 2008 from Laguna Niguel, California. And for those of you who don't know where Laguna Niguel is, it's in Southern California between San Diego and Newport Beach, overlooks the Pacific Ocean. And it's the weather's perfect every day, and it was a great place to live. It was only one negative aspect of our living in Laguna Niguel. We lived in a conservation subdivision. So I have firsthand experience with this, and we lived there for 6 years, and I've heard a lot of good things about this, or a lot of good claims about this, and it doesn't seem to work out that way. When you have a bunch of big houses on small pieces of property next to one another, the fact that you have a 70-acre mountain behind you doesn't really matter. You just have a bunch of big houses on a bunch of little pieces of property. And we had public sewer, so we didn't even have this whole can of worms. And it was still problematic, unpleasant to live in and to look at. And I think that when we came here, we wanted to get as far away from this as we could, and that's why we picked Milton. I looked at all the other surrounding areas, and I looked at all the big houses on the little pieces of property. When I found Milton, I said, wow, these people have this figured out. This is great. 1 house, 1 acre, 1 septic tank. And they stopped the public sewer from coming in, so this wasn't going to change in the future, as it was explained to me. So this is the voice of experience here. It's not what it's cracked up to be. And I would urge the city council to not open this can of worms. Don't change something for the sake of it when you already have a great
We're at
system
2
here.
minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. City, call the next person.
Our next comment comes from Rob Spee.
Let's City, moving forward, let's let the mayor determine the time. Thank you.
Well, just get me in, what is it, 2 minutes?
We'll just raise our finger and then you can decide when you're ready to.
Are you ready?
Go ahead, Rob.
Hi, Rob Spee. I'm at 14748 Taylor Valley Way. And I applaud your efforts to try to find a way to preserve the rural feel of Milton, which is why all of us came here in the first place. And I think the litmus test has to be whatever you decide to do, does it really do that? Does it really preserve that rural feel? I'm not sure that some of these ideas do. And I'm concerned with unintended outcomes of the decisions. And I think a great example that I drive by every day is the roundabout on Birmingham Highway, which does a great job with the traffic. Traffic flow is much better now. But I can't believe when I drive up every time and I see all these signs. I think there are 42 signs in that one roundabout. I don't know why we have so many signs. Maybe it was a federal mandate with the funding. But it's just crazy, and that's an unintended outcome. I think the community subdivision is going to give us the same kind of crazy, high-density environment. As I look at what we've got here in front of us, these 3 options in the community subdivision, the buffer subdivision, I think you can just wipe that out as an option. The revised AG1 takes care of that in an even better way. The estate subdivision design, to me, that sounds okay. I think that would help preserve the rural feel. I think you could do some things to add to that, add the same rural view shed and entrance requirements as the revised AG1. The conservation subdivision, I don't think that passes the litmus test of preserving the rural feel, to the previous gentleman's point. And it's just crazy to adopt that financial liability for the city and all the potential problems that that's going to open up. So my suggestion is there are 2 development options that we should have. One is a state subdivision, and 2 is the revised AG1. But I would take that and bump up the 10% requirement to something even greater than that for the conservation space. That's my requirement, or suggestion. Thanks.
Sir. All right, City, if you call the next.
Our next speaker is BB Susong.
Okay.
Then our next speaker is Lauren O'Neill.
And on these cards, do they state their position or maybe you put their name and address for the record since they were listed here?
BB Susong lives at 14880 Freemanville Road, Milton, Georgia. And she has checked that she is in opposition. And Lauren O'Neill has put down an address of, it looks like Freemanville Road, no street number. And she just says she's a Milton resident business owner, neither support or opposition. And our next speaker is Jack Linden.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Jack Linden at 14810 East Bluff Road in Milton. Just a couple of quick comments. There were 2 issues that were raised that I think are related. One was the discussion about whether off-lot drainage systems were part of a on-site system or part of a community system. I thought it was defined as part of a community system. And I think it ought to be that way. Maybe that's not classical. But anyway, the off-site drain systems, I think, deal with a lot of the problems. They are used very often with these kinds of conservation subdivisions. In my research of the subdivisions that are that I've seen in the U.S. that I've studied, the ones that are not on sewer systems, almost half of them use off-lot drain fields. So it's a valid approach. And the other thing to say about it is you've talked about this 20-acre minimum and the problem of when you go to if you're wanting to go to something smaller than that because you're concerned about the developers gaming the system, about trying to take a system, a lot size of 30 acres and trying to do two subdivisions and that. If you use off-lot drain fields, you can, I think, reduce the minimum size of these subdivisions down below 20 to maybe 10 acre systems, where they may be too small for economically using community septic systems, but they would work for these off-lot drain fields. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Sudi?
And our next speaker is Ms. Dottie Heed. I guess she's left, and she resides at 800 Clorion Lane, Milton, Georgia, and she has checked that she is in support.
Sure.
And our next speaker is Scott Reese.
Scott Reese, doing business at 13685 Highway 9, Milton, Georgia. Once again, I know I'm beating the dead drum, but please make this an option, not mandatory. There are multiple concerns in the community. The size of the lots. I mean, or are we going to have all front-facing garages on 60-foot wide lots? We've got to decrease the lot size if you go with a conservation subdivision. Everything I've heard today as far as the waste systems is addressed for large tracts. I think a couple of gentlemen were talking about the kind of the minimum that were economically feasible for them to manage or to police or 100 units. I don't see how the 20-acre minimum or size, I mean, you're looking at 15, 16 lot maximum. I don't think we've thought this through. I don't know that we have a huge problem with the city of Milton. We seem to be killing ourselves to recreate a city that I think is probably, I mean, it has the highest quality of life in the state of Georgia based upon what we've done in the past. I know most of you are move-ins and you haven't been here. Please don't mess this up. Thank you.
Thank you. That's Sudi. Next.
And our next speaker is Cleveland Slater.
My name's Cleveland Slater. I live at 13670 Bethany Road in Milton. We moved to this area in 1997 before the city of Milton existed. The city of Milton was created with a lot of promises that we would not see some of the conversations that we heard here today. I bought land, designed and built my own farmhouse with tin roof and bought a tractor and thought I could enjoy living in a rural environment. I knew things were going to change. I saw the cows leave. I think the last cow pasture is gone now. Saw many horse farms leave. Saw individuals that grew up here, had gardens in their backyards. Things change. We know things are going to change. But I never thought that I would see the day that we discussed introducing commercial sanitary sewer systems into this community that I love. I grew up on a farm in South Georgia. I know a little bit what rural environment is. I fell in love with this place when I was at Georgia Tech going to school. I would ride up here and ride these dirt roads because they reminded me of home. Why does it remind me of home? Because we did not have commercial sewage systems. It was barred from this area. That's what protected this environment. That's why we have something rural to preserve. We would not even be talking about preserving rural Milton if sanitary sewer was allowed into this area. If you were not scared, if you were not concerned before you heard the experts speak, you should be concerned now, okay? It's been said, these systems fail. Homeowner associations do not know how to maintain these systems. We are traveling down a risky road. And back up, what we need to do is ask, what's our objective here? We want to preserve rural Milton. We need to define that. And then we need to write an ordinance that does that. I really want to preserve rural Milton. It's where I've wanted to raise my family because it reminded me of my home that I grew up in. It's my 2 minutes.
It's close, yeah.
Okay. So there's certainly a lot of things that we can do to make and preserve rural Milton, but we have to be careful. We have to think about what we're doing. We have to think about why we're doing it. Look at the big picture. There's a lot of people spend a lot of time on this conservation ordinance. We need to decide if it's right for this area. Look at what happened in Cobb County, Legacy Park. Look at what happened in Forsyth County, Old Atlanta Club. I built the model homes in Old Atlanta Club, okay? Have you seen the article? Do we know what happened there in Old Atlanta Club? Do we know how many systems Forsyth County's had to take over? Does the city want the risk and liability of managing these systems so that we what? This ordinance, I'm sorry I'm jumping all over the place, but this ordinance, as it's written, allows 4 acres, 4 houses on an acre, 20 feet apart, with maybe with a 20-foot buffer. If there's trees there, there's a 20-foot tree buffer. If there's no trees, we're looking at houses 4 acres on a lot.
We could kind of, thank you, Clay, appreciate that. All right, Judy, next.
Our next speaker is Ms. Julie Zonner Bailey.
Just before my 2 minutes starts, I wanted to just thank you for the opportunity to observe and hear all this conversation. And I wanted to thank the mayor for acknowledging that after 3 hours, that the public didn't have an opportunity to speak until after 3 hours had passed. A lot of people were here, they've left. Just for public transparency, I think it's also important that when you have people, that sometimes 2 minutes is not sufficient when citizens have been here for 3 hours, and to ask people to rush. A lot of the people are speaking. I don't know who these folks are, but I'm interested in what they had to say. And to think that we've listened to all of this discussion for 3 hours, and yet we're only given 2 minutes, I think it's a disservice to the citizens that we represent. And I say that with respect for the citizens that I know we all care about. And sometimes I know when we're in meetings, I've been in a lot of them, but I'm now sitting on the other side, is that when I sit here for 3 hours and then people have to rush through their comments when they've dedicated an evening and a lot of evenings, and yet they're not getting to be with their families tonight. I just sent my daughter a note and said, I'm sorry, you're on your own. I'm going to stay here, but not everybody has that stamina. I just think I'd ask you to consider that for the future. My 2 minutes. I'm concerned with the CSO. I believe that it's not density neutral. It should be density neutral. This document has yield plans that would introduce density. Today, with a septic system, you have yields that are sometimes 2 and 3 and 4 acres. This does not accomplish that. That's a shame, and it should not be allowed to proceed unless density neutrality is at its central component. Adjacent property protection, there's none. I don't want a CSO with a 1/4 acre home and a stormwater facility and a wastewater facility in my backyard. I do own 27 acres, and I never signed up for a 1/4 acre piece of property behind me with a home and a stormwater facility and a wastewater facility behind me. I've invested almost 30 years in this community. I care about it. It's my home. It's my kids' future. I do not want for my property and others not to be protected. There is not adequate adjacent property protection within this document. Lot size, it's still too small. A 1/4 acre lot is not rural. It wasn't rural 10 years ago. It's not rural today. It will not be rural tomorrow. Wastewater treatment systems, I have to say, it wasn't that long ago that we all said, many of us sitting around that table, we won't allow for sewer extension. Private sewer is sewer extension. However we slice it, it is sewer extension, and we need to digest what that means, because we promised a lot of people that we wouldn't do that. Green space, this document includes green space that isn't green space. Stormwater facilities are not green space. The other wastewater facilities are not green space. If we're going to talk green space, let's make it green. Buffers are not sufficient. We've talked about that. As an example, it says that I might be beneficial. I might be able to benefit from a 150-acre buffer or 150-foot buffer if the land adjacent to the CSO is something other than AG1. But we're all talking about AG1 property. So I'm on AG1 property. The CSO next to me is going to put density next to mine, and the community development director could give me 150 feet unless my land is AG1 and could one day be a CSO. So it completely contradicts what it's intending to do. So the language is irrelevant. In terms of lot standards, they're way too narrow. When you can pass sugar to the folk that's next to you, that's not rural. That's not what we signed up for. With regards to the 20-acre minimum, as Councilmember Thurman said, how do we distinguish between the person that owns 19 versus 21? It's arbitrary. I don't think legally as a city we want to have arbitrary allocations for land. I've got some other statements with regards to the AG1 standards. I'm concerned about them not applying to everything. I think Councilmember Lusk brought it up, and he said, why wouldn't we apply these to all? And I would agree. It needs to be applied to every piece of AG1 land, whether it's a small sign, whether it's green space. If we're going to require certain people to do certain things, we should require it of everybody. I've got more comments. I realize I'm probably at 2.5 minutes. I do respect what you do every day. The CSO was not the right tool for Milton. We've tried for almost 2 years to get it right. It's not right. And I would ask you to please consider the many, many letters and citizens' comments that you've had before this evening. I do respect you, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudi, if you please call the next person.
Our next comment comes from Bill Bailey.
My name is, excuse me, my name is Bill Bailey. I reside at 255 Hickory Flat Road, Milton, Georgia. I'm going to try very hard not to be repetitive. When I read it this morning, I thought this is really scary. And I thought 20 acres was very arbitrary. Once you said you could, the sewer systems, 20, 30, 40, would all collapse. You can give them away, or where were you? Were in Nashville? They failed. And I agree with Scott. I think we have to have a much larger parcel if you're going to put in, if you want to bring sewer into our area and change the whole atmosphere of this area, then you need to do it on larger parcels. You shouldn't force me with what I guess is a hammer clause with this special AG1 development. Our property is our largest investment, and I don't know that I should be required to give away 10% of it. If anybody came to this table and said, you need to give the city of Milton 10% of all your assets so they can buy land for conservation subdivisions or conservation land, parkland, whatever, this room would be packed. No one would have left. Everybody would be here. But because I own more than 20 acres, I should give away 10% of it. I think somebody threw out 20%. Come on, guys. It's just not right. We all know it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudi, call the next person.
Our next speaker is Walter Recook.
Good evening. My name's Walt Recook. I live at 615 Scarlet Oak Trail. The buyers of Milton are not looking for smaller lots with a price that's $30,000 to $40,000 higher for a lot that's really equal to a 1 acre lot. That's not what they're looking for. When we're trying to make a comparable offer, especially when we're looking for, in these cases where we're saying that a septic system's going to have to put up so much money to basically have a certain amount of money set aside for the maintenance of that, you may even be looking at, $70,000 more than a conventional lot. This just isn't right. Same thing with your septic field. Your septic field just cannot be in the primary conservation area. It's going to have to be in the secondary as well, just because of what Mr. Samasadi said. Under Georgia, in federal law, you're really taking a lot of property rights away from these homeowners and what they're able to do with the property. I really feel you're going to get a lot less number of lots because of what you're trying to do. Where anybody came up with 50% open space, I don't know of any other jurisdiction that has something like this, and why you came up with 50% is just beyond me. This is just incredible. And then the other problem I have is the whole reason for the ordinance. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to say that this is what the city wants to have, I think you have to practice it in what you do in your own backyard. If you're going to say that this is what you want to have open space and all this, then you need to practice it with what you do with your park system, with what city properties are developed, and everything else. When I teach my daughter to do something, I have to practice it myself because I have to be the best teacher to make sure those lessons are taught. If you're going to develop a park, then you better have open space. You better have certain things that are done. I don't see that being done with the land that we're buying. Same thing with the roads. You're making roads staying out of these buffer areas. Same thing with most AG1. When you're developing most of these lots, they do have floodplains and steep lots in those areas. And to say that they can only be outside of these open space doesn't make a lot of sense. No minimum lot coverage that's mentioned in any of this ordinance, where it's just mentioned 25%. Certain things about making sure we show elevations of houses. There's no one that asks for elevations of houses. Many of these are based on custom homes, and many of these developers have no idea what they're trying to build. Same thing with cutting down trees. Sometimes it's better to cut down trees and have replacement trees go up. To say that you're going to save a buffer to save a certain number of trees doesn't make sense. Sometimes you're also better to put a berm up and put screening up than to save a bigger buffer. To say that a berm doesn't make sense, just again, does not make sense. I can show you a tremendous number of places where berms are built all over the community. And again, someone is just not working. We need to get developers and builders together at the table to discuss this, and we could come up with some solutions. No one's getting us at the table, and I am just very frustrated in how we can do this. And we're not here to make things worse. I would hope we're making things better. Yesterday I was clever and I wanted to change the world. Today I'm wise and I just want to change myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Sue, if you please call the next person.
That's all the public comment that we have here. Mr. Tim Enlow did have to leave at 7:30 and asked me to read his public comment.
That, we just had somebody come back who, I know there's a couple of names you called that.
BB Sunsong.
We should probably go ahead and recognize her to speak before we move on if she wants to.
Would you like to come up?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Baby Susan, Freemanville Road. As you can tell, I'm an elderly person. My mother's even more elderly. She's 99. Just put her in the nursing home a year ago. I need to sell my property. I am on a limited income. I don't need moratoriums to keep anything from going. Taxes are high, insurance is high, and Milton has a lot of subdivisions. Have every one of them had to go through all this already? I mean, what are we doing? I just don't understand why there's all this talk, and we've got beautiful subdivisions, and I would like to be able to sell my property. I need the money. I don't need green space or anything else. I need to move on. I've got to take care of my mother, or somebody will be taking care of me because I won't have any money to take care of me. You know, we just, I don't know, I feel like you're going to stop developers from doing anything. And this is my property. It's not the property that belongs to Milton to me. And I like green space, but Milton has a lot of green space. Anyway, thank you very much. That's all I've got to say.
That's Sue. If there's nobody else if the folks that were here and had to leave, I'd be glad to let you read that in if it's okay with the council.
And this is from Mr. Tim Enlow, 13005 and 13075 Bethany Road, Milton, Georgia. The conservation subdivision proposal should be added to the current list of options that others have used in regards to the best use of their property. It should not be mandatory. Of the 23,000 acres that make up this city, I have heard that only 3,000 to 6,000 acres of rural land is left, which has not been turned into subdivisions, strip centers, or schools. This development has transpired because A, landowners choose to sell for various reasons, from profit to tax increases to wanting to get back to a lifestyle that was taken from them through no fault of their own. B, council and staff approved it. And C, majority of residents voted with their money and supported development by buying homes in subdivisions. These precedents have been defined since incorporation in 2006 and even before in some cases. Any such change now is a pure violation of the 14th Amendment, which states it is illegal to deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. Also, as a rule, the government cannot take or unduly restrict the use of one's land without proper compensation. My family has lived here for 37 years, longer than the majority of today's citizens. We have witnessed countless farms fall. Penalizing the few who have held on with more and more red tape is not the answer. If you want landowners to stay, treat us equally. Protect our right of quiet enjoyment, our right to equal safety, our lifestyle, and our animals. Pick up the phone and talk to our open road neighborhood residents. Listen and fix their concerns. Build equestrian infrastructure to encourage more horse owners to move here and the current ones to stay. Create an aggressive marketing campaign to promote it. Support unique business ideas that call for larger acreage parcels, from bed and breakfast to agricultural. Any other approach will result in remaining landowners washing their hands of this area, and when they do, they will want what anyone else would, the most they can get for their property. Legal fights can cost thousands. People live the way they live because it works for them. When you don't protect those reasons, they have the right to be made whole elsewhere. Thank you. And then I have 3 emails that I received, and I can either read the name and address and the position or the entire. Couple are short, couple are 2 sentences, and one is maybe 3 or 4 paragraphs.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
If council's okay.
Our next comment that came in via email is from Margaret Lamb at 845 Hampton Bluff Drive, Milton, Georgia. Dear Milton City Council members, although not given a lot of time, I was able to review the most current draft of the CSO and am very impressed with the progress that has been made. My family has been in Milton for almost 20 years, and I have witnessed the growth of our city throughout this time. It is my strong opinion that now is the right time to ensure our future growth is managed according to the city's strategic and conservation plans. Our citizens are finally engaged and focused on preserving our quality of life. The focus of this and future smart growth initiatives should be not on the next 5 or 10 years, but what Milton stands for our children and their children. We are all so proud of Milton, and hopefully we will be able to secure this. I am strongly supportive of a conservation subdivision ordinance with options for development as this latest plan outlines. I do not think one type of development will suit all, so I think the options containing other guidelines for development that still conserve trees help prevent erosion and utilize green space more wisely as suggested in this CSO. It is also clear to me, given the current economy, that it must be mandatory for development to follow one of the decided upon options in the CSO. Without this mandatory requirement, I see too much potential for a builder to find loopholes and take advantage of our city for ultimately only their gain. Finally, I would like to see future discussions of this topic be coupled with the ongoing issue of impact fees. It only seems logical that these two can be married to create an disincentive fee structure to make sure we achieve what we want and what we need in any future growth. Our current infrastructure, traffic, school growth, and park systems are just a few areas of great concern to myself and almost everyone living here. Thank you for considering my comments. And the next one is from Leanne Russell and Larry Bowies, and they reside at 14772 Taylor Valley Way, Milton, Georgia. We are not in support of the conservation subdivision ordinance and want to stop cluster housing in Milton. And the next email that was sent in is from Lori Conan, 120 Taylor Valley Court, Milton, Georgia. We are not in support of the conservation subdivision ordinance and want to stop cluster housing in Milton. And the last one that was sent in was an open letter to the Milton City Council, Ms. Joan Borzolari at 540 Kings County Court, and she's in support of the CSO. And that is all.
All right, then that's all of our public comment. And again, sorry for the length of time, but we appreciate the opportunity to hear everybody. And appreciate you guys staying. I know Charlie looks like he had to go, but if we can, you guys want to continue with any questions after some of the public comment, possibly for these guys. Anybody got any more on that? Except I do have one, and it's kind of talked about in public comment, and the size. You know, what's the you've mentioned the typical size, or the probably on the smaller end, the size that you guys would want to deal with.
Right.
What is that in general?
For our company, we don't look at anything really below about 100 units. The comment was made that if it's 20 or 30 or 40 units, it will fail. That's not necessarily true. It's just when it does fail, it becomes an orphan. There's a number of private large, well-funded private utilities out there. They're not interested in the really small systems, so that's a risk for the city. Was the point I was trying to make, is that if those do fail, then and y'all are the trustee, then that would be something you would be looking at taking on potentially.
Okay.
And that's not to say that there aren't operators out there that
Sure,
will.
sure. No, it's just different companies
sure.
that
Deals
different
with the larger
thresholds. Correct.
There's not to say that there aren't simplified systems out there that don't require the higher level of maintenance that y'all
Sure.
provide too.
Sure, there are more passive systems out there. Absolutely.
There is no one silver bullet.
Right.
Yeah, every subdivision size and topography, everyone's going to be a little bit different.
Okay.
My question is on those passive systems that may be out there, and you may have some expertise in this, but what's the, what would be the minimum lot size or subdivision size for those smaller ones, like I think it was mentioned, the leaching fields or the things like that?
Y'all want to weigh in?
The technical man over here.
The land requirements, it's a function of the soils.
Okay, based on my experience, you need about a quarter of an acre per 1,000 gallon a day.
Okay.
Quarter of an acre. That would, for what? For the primary and the reserve. If you go with the drain field time. If you go with the emitter system, usually it's about 1.5 inches per week. It's a different way of
We use
calculating.
about 2 to 2.5 inches pretty often with our systems. So
Yeah.
we try to find land where we get 2
Yeah,
to 2.5.
well, on average, 1.5 inches per week. But 2.5 inches is maximum, and 2.8.
So a quarter acre for 1,000 gallons?
1,000 gallons, yes.
For how much time?
That would be for 1,000 gallon per day. For example,
day,
a house
okay.
of 6 bedroom would require 900 gallon a day.
Okay.
That's another thing that the EPD, they want you to use 150 gallon per day per bedroom.
For the general permit.
Gotcha.
For the general permit.
That's right, per job, yes, yes.
And I found when I permit them, I go for an individual permit because the general permit requires so much conservatism. You have a system that's much larger than it needs to be. And so we find that EPD is not that difficult to work with, and so we just go for the individual permit, with individual system, disposal system, and we can design and build a system that is tailored for that development, the size that it needs to be without, the additional permitting time is not that difficult.
Okay.
We have heard there are operators who will run systems down to 25, 30 lots. Smallest one that I know of in operation is the one down in Noonan at 42.
The one in Belaylock Lake is a drain field, just like a septic system, the one that they have there.
And Blaylock, to give you an idea from what they tell me, is about 399 lots.
Is that total residential or is that mixed use?
No, that's just total residential.
Okay. All right. Is there any more on the waste systems or in general for our staff on the two items? Chris, what's it look like you want to say something?
Well, I guess I could use some if we're to the point where the questions have been asked and all, I guess to the point that I kind of want to throw the next question out there and say, so where do we go from here? Because we've got this ordinance this ordinance that's been in the pipeline for some time. We're now here at a special called work session. I guess we're really dealing with two things tonight. One is the conservation subdivision ordinance. The other is potential drafts to the agricultural zoning district. I need to be very clear with you that the conservation subdivision ordinance has started in the pipeline process for ordinance creation, meaning it could approve, it could deny, it could withdraw, it could do whatever an ordinance does. But it's kind of prepared and ready to go back to you all for some sort of action. And all of the advertising requirements have been met. Procedurally, it's been met. The thing that has not started through the process is these text amendments to the agricultural zoning district. Those have kind of fallen out as we've met with individual members of council and we've put together this conservation subdivision ordinance. What we heard was, yes, but enhance AG as well. Yes, but enhance AG as well. So that's the first step at comments on an enhanced AG. Obviously, we would still need to write use permit requirements, but that's going to have to travel the whole ordinance creation process, like of the zoning law. And I can explain why that's necessary from a legal perspective. But we would need to start with advertising, CZIM, Planning Commission, ultimately to City Council, because right now these are just examples of what might be possible at the back end of a 90-day zoning process. Maybe I can hand it over to Ken so he can talk about why these are two distinct processes, why one is a ordinance creation and one is in the zoning code.
Well, I mean, we talked about it earlier. I mean, I think the conservation subdivision is more in the line of subdivision regulation where the final product is an approved plat or subdivision plat, whereas the changes to the enhanced agricultural, those changes would be embedded in an existing zoning code. And I think clearly the more cautious approach is to treat that as a zoning change under the ZPL. That's the only way I would recommend to the city manager and the council to do it. So if you're going to do the enhanced AG1, my recommendation is if that's the direction, that you go ahead and give that direction and let that get started down the pipeline. I think to do anything other than that or to try to perhaps modify those performance standards by way of anything other than the ZPL process would be not wise. That's my recommendation.
And in that process, there's ample time for more public input at planning commission meetings, listen to stuff.
By design.
We'll have work sessions, first readings, and all that sort of stuff. So,
yes,
so some of the things that maybe we heard today, Kathy, with the enhanced Ag 1 Plus, could be looked at and incorporated to see how those can be laid in, and then this is just starting to unfold.
I guess my question is, this conservation subdivision ordinance that we're looking at now is nothing at all like the one the Planning Commission has already looked at. And I know it doesn't have to go back before the Planning Commission based on the fact that it's not part of the zoning, but should we send all of this back together? Because this is nothing at all like what they originally looked at. I mean, the opinion they gave us was on a completely different, one was an apple and one's an orange. They have nothing in common other than they may both be a fruit. But
that should is really a decision of the council.
It's currently set
will
to
the
be
Planning
voted
Commission
on
take it back, or are they going to just?
I'm not sure that I'm
not sure they really want it back, but
I'm not necessarily sure that some of the things that the Planning Commission raised have been addressed in this, or it may yield the same result. It may not. I don't know.
But I just feel like the opinion they gave us on the ordinance that was before them is not at all relevant to what we're actually looking at currently.
If that is something that would be the direction of the council, I would endeavor to do that much more quickly than let it fall in line with whenever the next meeting is. And this is, to the extent I can urge you all to make a decision on a topic, this is one of those topics that really is this needs a decision. And it needs a decision just because we're we've got a lot of people looking at us saying, where are we going? So if you wanted it to go back to the Planning Commission, I'd be willing to take it back to them, but it would be one that I'd try to call a special meeting real quick so that we could get something back to the council in very short order.
And I apologize, I stepped out for a second. Where are we at?
No,
The question was whether or not this is substantially modified enough that it should be sent from the council back to the Planning Commission for a recommendation. And that should is totally up to the council. That's not a should I can even give you a recommendation on.
Okay to ask, we've got a couple of planning
They won't look at
members.
us. They're purposely avoiding eye contact if that says anything.
Okay.
Well, I mean, my opinion is I respect our planning commission's input in through all of this, and I think they probably know this as well as anybody in the room. I don't think, from what I've gathered, that they want to see it again.
No.
And it's on the docket to be voted on the 21st or something like that of September, and I'd like to see it go forward for that.
I've got a question. I mean, if we were viewing the CSO or larger subdivision development, and a component of that would be, because if this is optional, one option to develop would be the enhanced AG1. What you're telling me is there's no way to wrap those together.
That's right.
To vote at the same time.
That's what the city attorney is telling me. Yes.
Right, yeah, not unless you move the conservation subdivision ordinance at the very end when you finish the enhanced AG1.
One will be ready for action before the other. You can either hold the one that's ready for action until the other catches up with it.
Time-wise.
Or you can.
That's right. Exactly.
And what are you
Not
talking?
procedurally.
Time-wise, what's the, from?
December 1.
Yeah, we've calculated it, if we started it for the next cycle, it would come back to you, the AG1 edits could come back to you in November with no deferrals.
So the second meeting in November, so that's why.
For a vote.
For a vote.
Not first, okay.
You could have something on the books and done by December the 1st.
Okay, so what we're discussing now is the enhanced AG1. If we're interested in moving forward with that, to bring it to a vote would be in November.
We'd have to do some pretty good work on it, and do some substantial work on it to get it ready for CGIM in September. Is that correct, Robin?
If I advertise, the beginning of September, yes, CCIM would be the end of September.
And that would be, and then obviously separate would be the CSO, and that's in the process as far as, scheduled to be decided upon.
Be decided upon one way or the other on September the 21st. And I guess I would need some feedback as well tonight, is if there's anything that is in the draft that you've been presented that you believe should change. Because technically when it comes back to you, it's going to come back to you for your action. So if there's things that are in this document that were presented tonight that you disagree with or believe should be different, or you could direct me to have another work session between now and September the 21st to capture that feedback. But I just want to make sure that if something comes back to you, it's what you want.
My opinion, on both counts, we need expansion of the definition of the special use permit. And I think there are probably some other points that have come up in this discussion and in public comment too, might warrant another work session, so I'd be in favor of that. And perhaps we can get some input from those folks on the planning commission.
And I guess from a procedural standpoint, if we let this go forward and we voted on it standalone in September, then that means we only impact this. And if it's optional, there's really no other changes in any other. These are the options, and again, it's option or it's do whatever you continue to do right now.
Until such time as that today would be modified.
Yes.
Right.
So yes.
So unless you did a moratorium and extension on anything of certain size, then essentially, if you voted on this, it would be by itself, and then any other changes to larger subdivisions, if we wanted to consider those, would be a separate item.
They would be playing catch up.
And we essentially fall back to existing development standards if someone chooses not to use CSO.
Correct.
The way things are worded right now.
That's correct. Of course, keeping in mind that you all will be considering as soon as this work session is over, we move immediately into a special called meeting where we will discuss the moratorium and whether or not it stays in place or the council chooses to extend it.
And so what you're asking for, I guess it's, I'll ask the council, on the modified AG1, enhanced AG1, again, that's will take a while, but is the council interested in moving forward with that through the due process based on the way it's scheduled now?
My comment on that is I like the idea of the enhanced AG1. I don't know if we, as the one comment was made earlier, that we might need the buffer subdivision design. They seem just too similar to me in this. So, and more complicated in my mind. So we got rid of the buffer subdivision design, kept it with just the conservation subdivision design, the estate option, and then of course you have the use permit still in there, and then we work on the enhanced. That leaves it at 4 options.
But I guess, why would you need a use, to me, you've got a use permit in the conservation subdivision ordinance, but then you got a variance you could do for the AG1, and I'm not sure when you would ask for a use permit from the conservation subdivision or a variance from the enhanced AG1.
I think it needs to come out of the conservation subdivision. If we're looking at the other components, because it's really a separate item. I think what you had said is you put it in there initially before we were really talking about enhanced AG1. So that was your out. If you didn't want to do these conservation subdivision options, then here's the special use permit. But what we're talking about is potentially conservation subdivision ordinance, enhanced AG1, and then separate a special use permit if you didn't go for those two.
But I'm still, if the enhanced AG1 is a use of right that displaces conservation subdivision, you all need to be aware that there won't be conservation subdivisions. And the reason I'm not definitively sure about what it says is because it's changed 3 times in the last 5 days. I'm not sure which version I'm really talking about right now, but I know there's 3 versions I've seen. So again, the only concept that may be your desire. I'm just saying. Enhanced AG1, if it is somehow an alternative to conservation design, you're only going to get a couple of conservation subdivisions in the next couple of years. Now that may be the direction you all want to go with.
Well, to be realistic, what I believe we're all looking for. Now, I may be different than some folks. I moved here and liked the rural feel and bought a plot of land and, then saw the property next to me go up for sale, and I didn't want to look at houses, so I bought that, and I sacrificed and lived in a little house that I was supposed to live in for 6 months for 16 years, until my little boy got old enough to say, "Why does my bedroom go outside?" I said, "Well, son, it's really the living room." But besides that, so my point is, to me, that's what the rural feel is, and you sit and you look at, and I believe the majority of our citizens, it's the same thing. You drive down Birmingham Highway or whatever. So I think the real, I don't know the total answer, but that's the feel people are looking for. So whether it's conservation subdivision or enhanced AG1, where you got different buffers or you got different standards, I think that's what folks are looking for. I think the majority of everybody I've talked to, it's not, they're saying we want to keep this feel. They're not saying we have to have conservation subdivisions everywhere because that's going to be the feel, or we don't have to have an enhanced AG1, or we don't have to have this. They just want that general feel. So, that's why a couple of months ago I took the time to list all the things, the other tools that we've worked on, the council and the staff to have that would really keep the feel of Milton and to preserve the rural feel, i.e., a couple examples of green space bond and maybe some TDRs and other things. You guys obviously have all worked on it, so you know what they are. So, I think that's the big picture. So, whether we have 2 or 3 conservation subdivisions where it's appropriate and enhanced rural, enhanced AG1 in certain areas, But again, I want to keep in mind it needs to be fair to the property owners too. If we're going to take, as somebody made a comment, you're going to take 100 feet from them, you need to work with them a little bit on the backside of it too. So anyways, I'm just throwing that out there that I don't think any of these one things are a total fix. I think it's a combination of all. So, want to make sure we're not just focused on one thing and then all of a sudden we let all these other things just fly by. So.
One more comment. What I like about this, and the problem that we've been facing is that, the AG1 agricultural spirit within our community has slowly been disappearing by non-agricultural spirit subdivision growth. That's what's been happening. That has been happening because of the current design that we have. What I like about the enhanced AG1 and the conservation subdivision and the estate lot is that they continue to stay in conformity with the spirit of the agricultural component of what we have in the community. In my mind, that's the most important part about it. It does give some options as far as it goes, but the spirit is in this, and I like that. I just wanted to say that.
Karen?
I think we've got two different documents here that have got a little bit too much overlap, and we need some clarity. People ought to be able to do a conservation subdivision or conservation subdivision, an estate lot subdivision, or the enhanced AG1, or they ought to get a variance. And we don't need, I don't even know if you don't want to do one of these, do you go get a variance, like I said, or do you go get a use permit for something else? We've just got this thing too complicated. Give people choices, either the conservation subdivision, the estate lot, the enhanced AG1, or a variance.
And that's it.
Period.
That's it. Get rid of the buffered subdivision. Done.
Get rid of the buffer subdivision, get rid of the use permit here and a variance there, just. I'd hate to have to do a flow chart to where people go for something like this. It'd be all over the
I will
place.
say this, and somebody brought it up tonight in public comment, several years ago, all you guys remember, we were sitting there doing everything we can to keep the 1 acre minimum. I'm just glad that we had that, and that was what everybody was fighting for, and, now everybody's concerned about it. So, that is the good thing. We're still less dense than most other areas in this metro area, so even with what we've got now.
Well, that's true, and I appreciate driving by your place with 20, 30 acres.
Don't dollar in there. We've been up on it every time. Eh?
You absolutely Confederate dollars.
Pay the taxes.
But the truth about the whole issue is we're being developed out as 1 acre subdivisions, and we're going to look like Dunway, Johns Creek, and all of our other surrounding neighbors. We're looking like Cherokee County, looking like Forsyth County. We're going to be one homogeneous subdivision up here in years to come. And we can't all afford 20 or 30 acres out there. And those who do have the 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 acres, that's their 401k. They're getting out. They're going to sell to the highest bidder out there. And I think once that's gone, once it's developed, that's the end of it. You're not going to come in and redevelop existing subdivisions and try to create what you hope they would be. We've got to take this thing by the horns here and figure out the best way to preserve it, conserve green space, and get on with the program. We need to have the political guts to do something like this.
That's why we put all that on paper, and we need to go forward with it. We've got about 10 things we can do that will definitely make a big difference.
I think, like I said, I'm ready to move forward with the vote on the 21st of September, whenever it is. And I will have to say, though, that I'm not interested in the city being in the utility business.
Well, let me just ask this, because has the council's, anybody's opinion changed after tonight than before tonight as far as this ordinance going forward, or is there some major tweaks that somebody is thinking now that maybe they weren't, we need to think about?
I think we might need to include in the definition of septic system or community septic if we do some kind of leach field options or smaller options as far as what could be available. We just don't want to limit ourselves as far as technology that's available. To look at it, I think Carter's very wisely said that we want to be involved in the front end of this, but maybe a public-private partnership sounds like the way you were leaning as far as if we were going to maintain it, but we want to make sure that it makes sense before, obviously if it were to pass, we want to make sure that that was clarified. But that's kind of what I heard from you. So you didn't tell me anything that scared me. Let's just put it that way.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, I'd agree with Matt, too. I think that I prefer to go ahead with it, but I think there's some tweaks in that aspect of it. Andy's saying here there's other options, passive systems out there that may not be as risky as some of the more complex systems. And I think they range from here to there as far as complexity.
From here to here to here.
You're right.
Concern I have, and I know it's, it's just a concern because you can take care of it, there's engineering and products and all to take care of, but it sounds like the majority of these group systems are that companies like to handle, and other are in the 40, 50, 100, which we're not going to have many. There's not that many parcels left.
Well, that's some of the more complex systems that when you're handling larger volumes, you're getting into the more complex system. Would you agree with that? So that's where you're picking up the additional liability and the additional risk and the need for operators. But we're talking about 20, 30-acre sites out here, and you're going to have less complicated systems. Certainly not much more complex than the individual septic systems that you have for single-family homes.
That took those would be the ones, the larger ones. There's more money and homeowners behind it, and companies service it. The smaller ones would be more of a liability just because of the economics of it.
So long as we have the standards in front, and Carter, we can design that if it works.
But my point is, and I think you're confirming that there's more liability on the smaller ones.
Right. I guess that's where I wish Charlie was here to just say, okay, what are the smaller ones that you've operated?
I think I asked Charlie, what did he say?
Well, no, the small one that he operates is the one at Publix.
Okay. He was saying 100 was his typical, or
Well, John was saying that 100.
John said 100.
And I've asked him before, and I mean, his response from a business perspective is no system is too small for us.
No job's too small.
Several small systems in the state of some of the areas.
Then you can get economies of scale. So if you did have a few conservation subdivisions develop out, and you had an operator that if we had the design standards on the front end where it was done right, like the three-legged stool Chris referred to, and you did also, then there may be economies if you had someone who in fact said, yeah, we'll do it and maintain it, and in this area of Milton, we'll make sure that things are done right. I guess I don't see that as something that can't happen. I didn't hear anything that said that's impossible. I understand if you got a large subdivision, yes, that would be more easy, or if you can connect to public sewer, which we don't have. So those two really aren't practical.
We still have got to find a way to make sure that these community septics or wastewater are not in water reclamation facilities, that these things are not opening the door for higher density within Milton. I mean, you just got to find a way to ensure that even in the future, that just being able to attach to those, you're still going to either be attaching to them because you're on a 1 acre lot and just want to attach to it, or because you're in a conservation subdivision and complying with our conservation subdivision organizations.
The whole concept is, though, to increase the density. If you're not going to increase the density, why do you do that?
Well, I think the only, in the discussions we've had in looking at even considering conservation subdivisions, is not to increase density overall in the city. That's not the goal. The goal is not to say let's build apartments or let's build townhomes. Nobody wants to do that. The question is this a component, as kind of what Joe said, is this one of the tools where we could in fact protect some of the green space? Is it a different way to do it? Is it the only answer? I don't believe it's the only answer. That's why we're talking about enhanced AG1. But that's where my concern is when I guess we go back to what started all this. We heard a lot of concerns from people saying the way new subdivisions are being developed is not the way the old subdivisions are being developed. We drive down the road, it's clear cut, we can see all the way back into the subdivision. That's why my view, we started talking about this. If we still had subdivisions the way they were being developed 20 years ago, when I moved out here, where you did a lot of tree save and you built and you had meandering roads, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. The issue is people want to move to Milton. People want to buy the big homes. They like the schools. They're buying whatever product is being put out there. And so we've had this discussion because the concern is how do we protect what made Milton special to begin with? And part of it is the look and feel. It's as you drive along the road. How does it feel? Well, if you've wiped out swaths of trees and you can just see houses and brick and a big monumental entrance, that's not disparaging against any subdivisions that have been built here, but for the future, for what's left out there, is that what we want developed in our city? Is that really what we want it to look like? I think that's what we're discussing.
But clear cutting is not, the septic system only takes a small area. It's 150 for 65 feet per bedroom, it's not a big area. So the clear cutting, there is another reason for it. You need to look into and see why they're clearing cutting it. In other words, sewer, you're looking into sewer, it's not the right reason for it, because the septic system takes a smaller space. If they're clearing the land, there is another reason for it, not septic system.
No, and that's why I think we're saying there's a couple of different options. It's not just one option. It's the method of development of what we've seen happen in the area, and if we go back, rewind 15, 20 years ago, when this was becoming an attractive area, you weren't seeing the same type of subdivision development that we've seen in the last couple of years. Not that everyone's been that way, but I could take pictures and go around where I see a total change in landscape from the road, and it gives a total look and feel as you go along. And that goes back to Bill's comment, do we want to just be one massive subdivision where, okay, we're separate subdivisions, but you see all the subdivisions as you drive by? Or is there a way to preserve some of that look and feel while still allowing development? And the people that are selling their 401k, they're selling their property. Is there a way to do that? Is there a way to put standards in place that will accomplish both? That's why I think we're grappling. There's no easy answer, but that's what we're talking about.
It sounds like the enhanced AG1 is just as important, if not more important, than the conservation subdivision ordinance.
I was going to ask this. I've kind of been taking notes and trying to maybe find some consensus place so we know what our next steps are. It sounds as though that there's a strong desire of the council to start both the AG1 enhanced as well as potentially a use permit process. Start it through the zoning process, which would trigger some advertising requirements and trigger that process. Right now we're just talking about it in the abstract.
What would the use permit be for?
Well, we would have to start a separate.
But what would it be
If you were
for?
not going with the enhanced AG1 to go back.
Then would you go for a use
by
permit
rights.
rather than a variance? That's what we're saying, is that we would not have a use permit, a variance allowed at all for that. It would just be a use permit.
And the way the city attorney
Okay.
described it earlier was variances were typically used to vary
Okay.
that thing. So that those two processes would be independent but parallel. If the council wants to direct me to start both of those, and it would move forward within obviously the conformance with the Zoning Procedures Act. I've heard that there's a desire to. I haven't heard that there's not a desire to continue the conservation subdivision ordinance through the process. I think I've heard, and I don't think I've heard any change tonight, that it would continue to remain an optional development pattern subdivision option in AG, R1, and R2. I haven't heard that something changes it to become a shall as opposed to a preferred. Is that? Have I heard?
I'm still on the shall side, I guess.
I'm still optional.
And I think this CS gives us an opportunity to vary our product here. And if we don't adopt it, we're still going to end up with 40 square miles of 1 acre subdivisions with McMansions on it. And I think there are markets out there for retirees, empty nesters that still want to remain in the area, don't want the big McMansion, want the smaller lot, still want the rural vista, and are willing to pay for it. And I think there's a market. I think the market studies out there, I think they've proven that there is a demand for it. So
Okay. I understand. I'm just, what's the feeling of I kind of need to get some idea.
Has anybody changed their mind?
We entered tonight with an ordinance that would have been a subdivision option.
Right.
Has anybody substantially, and I know individually where I believe each member of the council is on the position, so I don't have to pull you and say,
Right, that's what I'm saying. Has anybody
what
changed?
do you think, what do you think, what do you think? Has anybody changed their position tonight? Okay. All right, good. Well, the other thing that I have heard, then I can check that off. I've heard at least a couple people say that one of the things that would make a better conservation subdivision ordinance is if we do in fact put the AG1 enhanced into the process, but remove buffer subdivision design. I seem to have heard that by a couple of council members that thought that might be potentially overlapping and redundant. Karen's shaking her head, yes, Matt is. What do we think down here?
I wasn't a big fan of the buffer.
I'm not either, because sometimes it has unintended consequences.
well, I think with the buffer in there, you're still going through the same application and review process as you are with the conservation and with the estate lots.
I don't think you'd ever get anyone to go down that way, because why should they if they can get it anyway by right under the enhanced AG1?
So I don't think the buffer, there's not.
Okay. I think I've heard that if we were to make some modifications or confirm, in fact, that the conservation subdivision ordinance is not a tool to increase density, and I think I've heard that consistently. Has there been anybody change, or does anybody want to weigh in as to whether or not the yield plan that is required, whether it has a soils analysis on the front end or not? The ordinance that's in front of you tonight does not require a soils analysis.
I would like it to require the soils analysis.
Has anybody changed?
And I'm going to stick with not, only because I feel like that would be an incentive for someone to do a conservation subdivision plan in the right area.
I concur with that.
Okay. Anybody's opinion change on that? Okay. Would you go so far as to say that if we were start to work on, I've heard that there's some interest in tidying up the wastewater section of that code to, number one, add enhanced protections to the city so that our liability is minimized. Number two, to very specifically state that the capacity that could be built could only be that capacity that could match the development, and it could not be built with additional capacity. Are those enhancements that I think I've heard consensus on?
Say that again.
Yeah. I think building a plan for certain development, I think potential to tie other folks on is kind of a good idea, because you get the economies of scale, and it becomes more attractive for ownership and operation. It makes things run much better.
That might be a good business case, but I guess I'm looking at it more from the perspective that I think the council directed that they didn't want the wastewater system to enhance or to add to the density. One way you could do that would be to mandate it be built to the capacity.
I think we want to make sure, more than anything, that legally, that we are protected from higher density through our process and our ordinance, not just from a connection to a existing community septic system.
Allow me to add, Ms. Garland has put her finger on it earlier. Whether you all have multiple small wastewater treatment plants or have fewer larger ones will not affect the density of this city. It is your zoning ordinances and its plan that sets that density. Whether there are many small ones, which are then obviously inefficient, you're hearing, or whether there are fewer large ones. People may say that increases the density. It does not. Your plan, your zoning sets that density.
Yeah, but I mean, what it goes back to, for so long, the only thing that kept the density out of this area was the lack of sewer. And so the mindset still is that density equals sewer. And so I think there are a lot of people that are afraid water reclamation plants automatically come density. And we want to make sure that that is something that is, people can't get out of this ordinance.
Well, if it requires perk tests for the yield, then that helps ensure that.
Don, in fairness, you bring up fine professional planning points. They might work somewhere not in Milton. So I understand that argument, but I think I understand where this council is coming from. I say they don't want this system itself to be something that would ever add to the maximum density allowed. Is that?
Yeah, I don't mind having a water reclamation plant that could be expanded or could be tied into, as long as you very specifically state in the ordinance that anyone that did that would have to comply with the laws that were existing at the time the plant was put in place or whatever, so that it couldn't change at a future date to get higher density just because it had access to sewer.
Okay, I understand. I understand that point.
And I may be a minority, but again, like I've said all along, I would be more in favor of paying a larger minimum than the 20 acres.
I said 40. So.
Does anybody has the discussion tonight that has surrounded any of the stuff we've been talking about caused there to be different consensus on the?
And I'll tell you part of the reason, I think, because the smaller ones you bring up for other surrounding existing areas. You're either a view shed or you're another existing estate neighborhood where they're going to see a lot more smaller homes and smaller lots. So whereas a larger parcel, I think you can benefit from the buffers and all, and you can isolate the other areas. But that's my opinion. That's why I like the bigger.
I would be okay with an increase as we talked individually.
I would not. I like, the 20 acres. I used to live on 17 acres, and that could have been a conservation subdivision. With what that was, I think that with the options that we have, someone could come into it and look at it, and if it doesn't make business sense for them to do a conservation subdivision ordinance at 20 acres, they can do the estate lot option on this ordinance, or they can go to the revised AG1 when we get that done as well. So
that's the thing, is you may make the decision that you want to make your conservation subdivision be bigger. Instead of just 20, you want to do 30 or 40 acres.
Exactly. So, bigger doesn't necessarily mean determine what we're going to get. I think if we have lower acreage, then we might get, as technology advances, maybe a chance to have some of the options more appropriate. But if just because the options may not fit for 20 acres, doesn't mean they shouldn't be accessible.
Okay, understand. Bill, have you had any change of?
No.
Okay.
And maybe to this point here too, in size of parcel, and a point that I had brought up earlier, every parcel stands on its own. So a 20-acre parcel out there may be naturally more attractive than, say, a 50-acre tract down the road that's all cow pasture. But not to say that cow pastures don't have their redeeming natural appeal too. I grew up in a cow pasture.
Okay. Rick, any?
Yeah, I guess along the same line, I think when as I drive around Milton and we try to identify what are the parcels that could be developed. So instead of us talking abstract and general, we know where the parcels are that today are estate lots, equestrian areas, undeveloped property. We know where it is. So the terrain is very different. Like Bill said, it varies from one to the other. So I guess where I'm at right now, I'm still okay with the 20 as a minimum starting point.
There's not consensus to have it changed tonight to something else.
I think one thing we're missing throughout this is, to me, part of what really makes Milton Milton is the estate lots. And we have got to find some way to really promote the estate lots, because that really is what, to me, makes Milton Milton as much as anything. And I don't know, I'm much more in favor of government incentivizing a behavior that they like rather than mandating a behavior. And I really feel like we've got to come up with some way to incentivize developers to go with the 3-acre lots, whether or not it's a reduced permit process or reduced impact fees or whatever it is. We got to find some way to incentivize developers to do 3-acre lots rather than 1-acre lots.
Well, we talked about that in the legacy thing and with impact fees, and it may not be 3 acres, but every incentive we can have out there, even if it's 1.3 or 1.6 acres versus 1 acre, that makes a difference. So I agree, but that's.
We'll look at that. A couple of more questions that I want. It's starting to become at least where I know what I'm going to do tomorrow morning. Does the council feel as though they have enough information at this point and have directed me sufficiently that we do or do not need another work session between now and September the 21st to talk about this topic? Would be question number 1. Are you going to want to hear it again before it comes back before you at a council meeting?
No.
Or to the extent you want to hear about it, are you willing to hear about it in more of a one-on-one, two-on-two basis than as the collective council? Okay.
With the process.
I don't feel like there's any big open items that need to be discussed as a council or more information that we need to gather that would require us to have a work session.
Okay. And my last question is it the council's desire or not to send this back to the Planning Commission and ask them to look at it again?
I would say no. Not my desire. I would say no.
Okay.
And I just want to kind of say for the record, maybe I'm the minority here, but I haven't been a big fan of I'm certainly not mandatory and certainly not pushing to have a conservation subdivision. I'm working along with it because there's others that I want to do that, but maybe this is the white elephant in the room, but I looked at public comment tonight and I compared it to what I hear in the community and everybody I talk to and the emails and the phone calls and everything. And I'm just kind of stating this for the record. Probably 2 to 3 to 1 are against the conservation subdivision. So,
if the Planning Commission is meeting between now and our September 21st meeting, I don't think it's a bad thing to let them at least voice their opinion on some of this, because I think the opinion they've given us before is not valid at all for what we're currently looking at.
I have met with members of the Planning Commission since their meeting on this action, and I don't believe they desire to have it back. So if you want me to take it back to them, I kind of need that as direction to take it back. I don't know that I would necessarily get a review if I just go ask for their courtesy review.
We've got 2 members here. You guys want like a nod or
I mean, if we ask for a courtesy review like the Design Review Board does?
I'm happy to take
No,
it.
same.
That's one opinion.
I'm pretty certain that the board that we do have can come to, we can review it, we can get through it, and we can get you back what you need, a yes or no type of thing. The one thing I would ask for, though, we will need some more clarity, because in the ordinance that you have, there's no diagram that shows us what you need by this much setback and that much. You just can't get that by reading tables without some pictures of what we're looking at. Those are the biggest things that us going through it, we can generally see, but we just don't know. So that's
maybe we can clarify that a little.
We'll be happy to clarify the setbacks. And we'll be okay. So
And
I'm
I
gonna
think
change
there are several other comments we made in the discussions tonight that were smaller items about public and private streets and about setbacks, maybe when they're facing the well, that was actually was that in there? Was when you've got a 20-foot setback rather than a 60? I think it wouldn't hurt them to look over some of those.
I've captured the comments of the council as best I can tonight. The good news is since this meeting is recorded, it will be rewatched tomorrow, and all of the comments will be captured. So
that's painful.
Just so we're clear,
It's going to take a day.
Somebody will spend half their day tomorrow handling that for me, and but that'll make it.
Are there 4 people
easier
that
to
want,
navigate through.
or ever how many of them that want it to go back to the Planning Commission?
Okay, so that's a better question.
I'm
Yes,
not
rather than asking if they take it, does the council want it to go to the Planning Commission?
I would like a
I'll say
courtesy
yes.
review by the Planning
I
Commission.
say courtesy review from what I heard.
3.
Okay, so with the Planning Commission, we will be in touch.
And that will not affect the end date?
No.
That will not.
And I guess that one If I can ask one last question?
It's next week, okay?
There's no way, I think I've heard it before, there's no way to tie a revised AG1 directly to CSO as both of them being options, just because of the way the process works.
Procedurally and legally, what they regulate is different, and unfortunately, therefore, I have to tell you no.
Okay.
Okay, is there any other direction that the council would like to give tonight on this topic? I think I can summarize real quick, just so that we're all on the same page. We will be starting the AG1 text amendment. We will be starting a use permit text amendment. There will not be another work session. We will return this to the Planning Commission and ask for their review. The ordinance as presented, and when it comes back to the council, will remain an optional subdivision design. There is the council desire to remove the buffer design as one of the design options. We will work with the wastewater requirements to write them more stringently to protect Milton and to address density issues that might exist in the ordinance. Does that capture?
So.
Good?
Anybody? Okay.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And respectfully, I do have one public comment card from Walt Recook. Did you want to talk on this AG1, Walt Recook? No?
All right, then I'll adjourn the work session.